So last we left off, you were cooperating with the Thalicos Constabulary. You had been stripped of all your magic items and allowed yourselves to be locked in a cell.
Where's Senku muttered in Deku?
Yes.
Sure.
Senku did a lot of muttering. Senku did a lot of muttering in Senku. Yep, Nyaxor did some speaking in Druidic. And a few really boring hours passed until finally you got a visit from Julian Luna again, where he and Mistress Lorenta, if ultimately had a conversation between the two of them, and Julian ultimately divulged what he believed the cult's real intentions were in the vault beneath the Great Library.
Which confirmed Senku's suspicions of it all being a setup and a way to test the security of the system.
Indeed. Because within the vault lay two books. When combined, they form the single most powerful magic book of spells ever written, known as the Gateway to Eternity. A very powerful storm broke out, one of the strongest you've seen.
Even stronger than Nessa, would you say?
Yes. Absolutely.
True. So this would be classified as F5.
No.
There wasn't
Higher
really
end F4?
Well, these seem more like F3s, but there was just a bunch of them.
Yes. Ultimately, you decided you had to escape. Julian armed you with the thieves' tools to do so. You picked the lock, narrowly avoided detection as you found the evidence room. Were in the process of getting your items when the guard captain was waiting for you outside the door, and he just sort of gestured towards the stairs, smiled, and said, "Go be heroes." So you ran and ran and ran and got wetter than you could ever possibly imagine.
What flows drippingly from my everything?
Yep.
And the closer you got to the library, the lighter the rain became, until finally you got to the library and saw one funnel raking across residential buildings on one side, and three funnels on the sides and back of the building, and all forms of magical defenses creaking from the strain. You saw the traditional face in the clouds. Unleashed a flurry of crystal abilities in an effort to stop things, which was looking like you would succeed until you saw people run out of the library, screaming, and right into the waiting debris field of one of the tornadoes,
which got bigger.
You could see it visibly spinning faster. The redoubled storm's fury then proceeded to curve and enter the big double doors. The defenses finally crumbled, and the whole of the library was lifted up and being broken apart as if by several fingers. And then the library destroyed, another funnel dropped down, briefly lifted up, carrying Bordon and the wielder of that glaive with him. And each of them carrying a giant book upon their backs.
This is not good.
And they were lifted into the sky, and as no sooner were they lifted up than the clouds almost evaporated. With one last distant rumble of thunder, the storm just utterly fell apart and crumbled. And no perception checks needed. You hear, shouts and screaming and whatnot.
Search and rescue operations underway.
Very well. I need everyone to make me perception checks.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Perception, I do say.
26.
Ugh. Leafa's got this down.
Yay! I got a total of 11. Then again, not every dice roll can be a blockbuster.
Right. So Kayla got an 11.
Okay.
What?
And then what?
Sorry.
Are you actually rolling?
No. I was rolling on you.
Okay. Well, I'm rolling for Kayla right now because she's still upstairs. Kayla got an 11. Pippin got a what's Pippin's modifier? 3. Yeah, Pippin got a 21.
Okay.
What? Man, he got my roll.
Hey, you got the green dice. I got the white dice. That's just how it rolls.
It's never too early to start dice shaming.
Bad dice, bad.
You have no idea how often my friend Kevin does that.
Go to dice jail.
You have no idea how often I do that. If the
Y'all are
dice
weird.
aren't going my way, I will bring up my dice roller on my computer and use that because I'm just like, these dice are worthless today.
I need to tell you about the time where me and my mother stun-locked a boar.
And every now and then you're, dodging debris that's still falling from the sky. And there are times when it's kind of gruesome because, you'll see a disembodied foot.
Eesh.
Or an arm.
I don't think your medical skills are fixing that.
You'd be surprised what someone's medical skills could fix.
I don't know about that.
No.
I'm thinking
This
on like
bad?
maybe
I'd-
like a level 11 heal spell maybe.
Senku,
Yeah?
you are sifting through rubble when
Yeah, Pippin's just keeping watch.
you hear a thud and the splintering of some wood behind you.
Oh, fun.
You turn and look.
Sure, why not?
Um,
It could be important.
The debris is still sort of settling and clattering as, and you look at where the pile is shifted, and you're pretty sure you were just on top of this pile. You look, and there was nothing there, but you look now. There's a dead body.
Oh!
Which
Great.
Fix it.
I mean, I
How
do
long
have...
it's been dead for?
Yeah, let's get a medicine check on that.
Okay.
probably well over a minute.
God darn it, dice! Because of course I only get a 3. Well, more like a 12, but still.
Sorry, man. I had to pass it on to someone.
Yes, I got a 3.
His body is dead.
Yes.
The body is dead.
Dead as a doornail.
Disassembled.
That's
Obvious
not
dead body is obvious.
Sometimes I hate my luck. Maybe I should threaten it with a different dice roller.
I'm telling you, man, it works. Sound like one of those, for hippies. Come on, man. Just use a different dice roller.
You're weird.
I know.
I will now need. I'll need athletics checks from you guys.
Everybody?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Athletics. Okay, that's a 5.
Ugh, I hate
Ooh, where's my
athletics
mouse?
checks.
There it is.
Kayla has high athletics, so let's find out what Kayla gets.
Because of course the okay, yeah, I'm using
Oh.
a different dice roller at this rate.
That's a 16.
That's a 12. I just got squeezed.
Kayla got a 10.
19. 19.
Okay. This is why I'm going like, is that you're not doing the good rolls.
I'm sorry. I'm using your dice tower for it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Pippin-
gonna use a different dice roller.
Kayla got a 10. Pippin got a 19.
Okay. Now, Senku, roll me a d100.
Oh, great.
Oh boy.
Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm switching to a different dice roller. I got a 17. I am re-rolling a new character.
Senku, enough of this.
Well, no, you're not rolling a new character.
However,
Unless you wish to roll a new character. Now, Perrin, I need a d6 from you.
He's 6.
Okay, what's going on?
Just giving everyone their class participation.
so
This
All
is
right,
how
so-
I die.
good news and bad news. Good news is half of you don't take damage. Bad news is it doesn't matter. You all die anyway.
It's funny because he knows he can get away with that because I'm not that malevolent. Or am I?
Exactly.
But you guys spend the next 2 hours combing through debris over time. The police force joins you. The damage swath is enormous.
So, did I get pwned?
No.
How much damage do
You-
I take?
Senku, eat.
You take all of it?
You take no damage.
Sorry, just
Pretty-
I'm
Pretty sure the
wasting-
athletics checks was just to see how fast we can go through and comb through everything, and then the D6 was how much time we spend.
Exactly.
Ooh.
You need to stop thinking everything's bad.
You worry entirely too much, Junkyard.
I only
Well,
meant.
that is deeply amusing to me because as a DM, I feed off your pain, suffering.
Goodness.
And I've also always said, D&D is not a players versus DM storyline. It is a cooperative thing. I want you to succeed. I want you to be victorious.
But sometimes the dice gods fucking hate you. Sorry.
That's the fun thing about being a DM, though. If the DM rolls and he's like, "This might kill him," he can choose just to not go with the roll. It's the DM's
Yeah.
discretion.
Yeah.
He runs the game. The dice do not make up the game. They just help the DM in making random decisions.
And in no uncertain terms, I have done that. I have said, I don't like the result of this die roll. I'm going to ignore it.
In this campaign?
Yep.
Oh, is this like when you're against the Cambions?
No.
I feel like Sen's done that a few times. If a character is going to take an absurd amount of damage, you just make it just enough not to kill you if it was a high roll.
Yeah, anyway.
By contrast, I've flubbed the damage. I have flubbed the damage against you guys a few times just to ramp up the difficulty because I knew you were going to come out on top.
Yeah. But by the way, did you get my message, Sen?
I did not.
Okay.
Or,
It's just
I did. I'll rephrase. I did. I haven't read it yet.
sounds good.
Okay, how do I do this? Okay, that's not how I do that. That's how I do that.
Anyways, but you spent 2 hours combing through the debris, and all of you, not just the party, but anyone who's getting involved in the search and rescue effort, you total pull 17 people from the wreckage.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for. You didn't.
Stop it, Senku!
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Omega bonk.
Even if you rolled 100, that's a tremendously low number of. That's still a tremendously low number of people you would have pulled free because there are at least a dozen 2- and 3-story like apartment housing that's just gone. Yeah.
Most of the people ran into the tornado unknowingly.
Mm-hmm.
They were probably chased out by Bordon and the other cultists.
Yeah.
What you could have done, buddy?
A cult or tornado?
They had a better chance at running away instead of just being slaughtered by them, because what if the tornado wasn't sitting right outside?
Yeah, it's like, do I stay here and die, or do I run outside and possibly die?
Yeah.
I'll take my chance of running outside and possibly dying other than dying.
To be fair, the guy with the glaive is no joke, and we all know how powerful Bordon is.
The guy with the glaive was one of the two that was lifted back up into the clouds?
Yes. He and Bordon.
We just killed that guy!
Yeah, we did.
They did get away with his body, so it's possible they just, you have a spell that could do that too. Doesn't take long to teleport and heal. Especially if they have it prepared already.
Nestor shrugs and says, I'm slightly more concerned with what they got away with.
Indeed. Even if that guy is being a thorn in our side.
What I'd give to get my hands on those books. I'm gonna. Is it dark out right now?
No,
No.
it is like now late afternoon.
Okay.
But part of the reason it takes so long is because you guys end up like tracing one of the damage paths back all the way to the church hospital Pelor that you were that you stayed in.
How's the church doing?
Not good, is my first guess.
The steeple and bell tower are still standing. The only reason you know it's the church is the church you were at is because you recognize a large chunk of the stained glass in a pile, like on top of a pile of debris that you just happen to step over. And there's a large sort of field tent being pitched.
I'm
And
gonna.
you see a few clerics. You see a few clerics running around.
I want to go help them where I can.
Okay. You see a pair of women like feverishly brewing. It almost looks like a potion, but it's not. It's a bunch. They're just throwing herbs into a pot of simmering water, and like you could smell it. It smells good, and even as you sniff it, you feel there's a relaxing feeling that
Incense.
washes over you, and a bit of a numbness as well.
Like an incense.
Kind of.
Incense or tea.
Good.
Better.
Well,
Tea is
what's
a
that?
better,
What's
thing,
that
but-
thing called? Essential oils.
Yeah.
I like that.
Nyaxor,
Yes.
roll me an insight check.
Okay. T4?
Okay, let me finish eating this cookie that I just dipped in milk, and then you can join me in the DM chat.
Yep. The camera's still on, by the way.
I don't mind.
I don't mind.
I just found a place just like home.
So you saw me eating. Okay. DM chat, Mr. Thunder, please.
Yes.
You look over this thing and you smell it, and you are fairly familiar with chamomile tea.
Yeah.
You're immediately familiar with everything in this. This is not just a chamomile tea. They're adding other relaxing and pain numbing herbs and oils. And then as part of that, give me a medicine check.
Yeah. That's another 24.
There's maybe a half dozen there's maybe a half dozen doctors and nurses running around tending to people. In addition to the two that are brewing this concoction, and you realize they're not going to be able to, like, this is one of those really grim moments, like, oh, hey, it's relaxing stuff. No, they're presenting this beverage to make these victims' last moments peaceful. Like, this is not like a calm you down, relax you thing. This is a knock you unconscious so you don't feel it when you die.
Oh,
With that, let's get back to the others. I'm telling this particular part of the story a few days before Halloween. I only just realized that.
you're gonna see a grim face on Nyxor's face. It's chamomile tea, but with other herbs to make them feel peaceful, so they don't feel it when they die.
Somehow I was hoping that wasn't what it was.
I have
pretty
a wand
grim.
of cure wounds that I could use for anybody who's has any chance.
And
And I have Spirit of
I have
Dying.
I have healing as well too.
I have Spirit of Dying as a cantrip.
You when you say that, one of those nurses absolutely lights up and just grabs you by the arms and
Whoa!
Zoom!
make me a dexterity check.
Come on, dice.
He's
Come
like,
on, dice.
ah!
23.
Okay, you managed to avoid a comical pratfall as you are like with more strength than you ever expected this scrawny woman to have. She just grabs you
Damn!
and like as she's
Yum.
pries your hand open and almost starts doing the somatic components for you. And you just sort of let her do it. Just let the magic flow as you come to a man who is
It was something different, but still.
you come to a man who is, you can see his breaths getting shallower in front of your eyes, and she presses your palm to his chest,
Okay.
and
Thank you.
his breath, like the breath in his lungs, the breath in his chest strengthens a bit. So
I'm gonna. How many people are here in the tents?
Hundreds.
Okay, well, I can get 7 of them stable. That's all I'll be worth.
Okay, do that and roll a d20.
Will do.
That's
All right, my wand does not shatter.
Awesome.
It's the-
And I'm
that's-
basically doing this. I'm basically casting Spirit of Dying wherever possible.
I do have 10 uses of healing. Some
I mean-
uses of cure wounds.
Do you have
And
Spare
that
the
crystal.
Dying?
I do have mass cure wounds.
Doesn't mass cure wounds cure like everybody in a radius?
I'm looking it up right now. I
It
believe
is. Mass Cure Wounds is like a 30-foot radius.
Yeah, get everybody around Nyaxor right now.
Yeah, 30-foot radius.
Jesus.
And it's
Actually, 60 foot.
60? Because I have it
Yeah.
up right here. It says 30.
Yeah, it's a 30-foot radius. Last I remember.
Huh.
Oh, it's up to 6 creatures in 30 foot.
Still 6 people.
Hmm.
So it's 38 plus my spellcasting. So that's a plus 9, I believe.
Well, it's 3d8 plus your wisdom modifier. Is what that means.
Oh, yeah. So that'd be a plus 5.
That is correct. Oh, yeah, it's a typo. I see it now. It's weird because it says range. Oh, the range is 60 feet, and anyone within the 30-foot radius centered on that point gets the healing.
Yes.
see. I
Well,
see
it
where
says
my
choose up to 6
confusion was.
creatures in a 30-foot radius.
So what one of these women do, Nyaxor, is they grab you and say, no, do that over here, and they take you to a like a triage tent where a woman is in the like there's a man, he is sedated, he's biting down on a wooden dowel, and there's a man and a woman holding a mangled arm down. They've strapped him up and stuff, and they have a hacksaw.
Hmm.
Mask your wounds!
Okay.
What, are you just waving these 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius thing?
Oh no, there's a bunch of people. It's like target him, target her, target him, target those 2 ladies.
So,
These are
let me
people with
pull up
terrible
the
injuries.
dice.
And in the meantime, Senku is basically doing Spare the Dying.
Oh, interesting.
What?
I'm reading over all the first level epic boons. And my boots act just like the boon of dimensional travel, where I could use Misty Step without using any components. That's cool.
So that's rolled a 19, so that's a 24.
Ooh!
Okay. So one of these people who was dressed in who was wearing priest robes, just sits bolt upright, eyes flash open, and he takes a quick look around, and you see him briefly center himself, and he looks around. He says, sword later, heal now, and he just begins to walk out, and he is just with his arms out. He runs down a row of injured, and you see his hands glowing golden white as he spreads some form of. Actually, you've seen you've seen Nestor do it. You know what a lay on hands looks like. He's basically just running around spending 1 hit point of lay on hands on everybody he can.
While Senku is going around casting Spare the Dying.
Yeah.
And
on everybody he can.
with that Mask Your Wounds, there's like 5 other people, I think.
Yes.
It's up to 6, it said?
Yep.
Yeah, including that
other-
one guy who had
Yep.
who was about to get his arm sawn off.
Yes. And yeah, so between all of your efforts, you guys managed to save 174 people.
Woo! Oh,
Sudden change from the Halloween Grim Dark I was kind of expecting.
All because I have spared the dying.
Yes.
well, we all did it, not just you, buddy.
Well, he was kind like he saved a bunch of lives. You were the impetus for saving a bunch more lives. So yeah, it was a huge team effort. And walking like you see ultimately as the sun is going down because you've spent another few hours here, you see walking towards you Lorenta again and Julian behind her. She walks up to you, looks at you all looks at all six of you, and just does this incredibly regal, deep bow. Straightens up, stiffens, goes very much back to her prim and proper demeanor, and says, "This is now two of the biggest cities in the ALP that owe you some debt of gratitude." She smiles and says, "I do believe I have a means with which to repay you."
Oh.
She sort of reaches in, she sort of went right out in the middle of the area. She just sort of casts a spell, and a small like shimmering circle opens up. She reaches in and starts pulling out these big, thick tomes.
Oh.
Huh?
And, says, "You may each take one of these."
Do I know what these are?
Uh,
I make like an Arcana check.
yes. Anyone who has Arcana can make me an Arcana check.
That's going to be a 29.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez, mate. All right, that is a. Where is my Arcana? That is a 16. Yeah. I don't think a flash of genius is necessary.
No. You saw the book a few hours ago that librarian was trying to make off with, the Tome of Clear Thought, and you see a few different ones, like slightly different variations on that title.
Oh.
Witness in action. Tome of Leadership and Influence. And ultimately, you conclude that there's between 2 and 3 of each of these books.
May I look through them?
Lorenta looks at you and says, closes her eyes and shakes her head and says, "I'm afraid not. That would disrupt the magic therein."
I'm going to snag a Tome of Clear Thought. That'd actually be pretty useful.
Okay.
Which tomes
What-
are there?
Or I kind of mean like what? Yeah, that's what I was meaning. To
Yeah.
look through which tomes they are.
Yes. There's at least 2 for one of all 6 for all 6 of the ability scores.
Oh, and this increases the maximum by 2?
Yes. And the
Mhm.
current by 2.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I'll take a let's see, Tome of Charisma?
That would be the Tome of Leadership and Influence.
Yes, I will be taking that one.
I would like Dex.
Quickness in action. All yours.
I think Hey Kayla, are you there?
I believe she is asleep.
I'm still here, barely.
Oh. Okay, well then Sen, if she doesn't like the book that I grabbed for her, would she be able to swap that out later on?
Is it Tome of Quickness in action or and action?
Quickness in action.
What should...
Which one would be for... What would be the title for Con?
Oh. Well, Kayla, would you like to be better at stealth or better at casting your spells?
Stealth, maybe.
Okay. She'll get the Tome of Dexterity.
Would be the Manual of Quickness in Action. And you said, and who wanted strength? Did someone want strength or?
Ooh.
I did not. I never heard strength.
I never did either.
There's
I'm
the
trying to figure out what I want.
Manual of Body Health and Manual of Gainful Exercise.
I would love to get more strength, but it would only bring me up to a 15.
Yeah, that would only bring it to
exercise
15.
is Con, right?
Body Health is Con, Gainful Exercise is Strength, but you can only pick one.
I know. I'm just asking for the name so I can log them in the campaign notes.
Okay.
Yep. I'm going with Tome of Leadership.
Should I do? Could
And there's
do.
probably one for Wisdom, too.
That would
Yes.
be the Tome of Understanding.
Yeah, I think you should, Nike, I think you should go with whatever your spellcasting modifier is.
Yeah, for caster, go with whatever your casting modifier is. If you're martial, go with whatever your main martial stat
Yep.
is.
Kayla will be getting a +2 to her dex, so she'll be able to do extra damage with her swords.
Yeah, so like ranger is best to go with dex or strength or con, whereas a caster depends on what you are.
Yep.
I can
It's
hear
like a
Minecraft music.
So like Pippin would be really good with charisma.
Oh yeah. that here's the thing. My charisma is also added to my weapon attacks. So
That's
See,
even
let's
more
see
reason
here,
just to go
because
charisma.
I mainly use wisdom, but with Stormtooth, it's kind of like both strength and wisdom.
yeah.
Well, that's only in the case of when you're not using Shillelagh. Once you use Shillelagh, Wisdom becomes your bread and butter.
Oh yeah.
So you might be better off with wisdom.
Actually,
Yeah, you
yeah,
are a
let's do the
druid.
wisdom. Yeah, do the wisdom. That's gonna bring it to
That's what I'd say
plus
as
6.
a druid. Well,
Yeah,
I think we have to.
shoot up to +6, which means I get 6 uses of boosted Flash of Genius.
And 6 uses of your upcasting.
Yep,
That's terrifying.
So it's
Sadly, I think we have to study the books first, right?
yeah.
These books have to be read for 8 hours a day over the course of
A week?
I believe it's 6 days.
I don't
43
remember.
hours over a period of 6 days.
Yeah. I'll be reading this later. I'm gonna put it in my bag of holding.
So it's the Tome of, which is the Wisdom.
Tome of Understanding.
This is going to be fun.
We got Tome of Leadership and Understanding?
Tome of Leadership and Influence.
Influence.
Leadership and Influence is intelligence. Understanding is wisdom. I'm sorry. Leadership and Influence is charisma. Tome of Clear Thought is intelligence. Understanding is wisdom.
Okay. Yeah, I got clear thought. Or, sorry, charisma. Whatever.
Influence.
Leadership and intelligence.
No, leadership and influence.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twisted.
Yep. Yeah, either Constitution or Charisma would be what I grab, which I'm grabbing Charisma because I already have a belt of Constitution, or rather an amulet of health.
Yep. Lorenta looks at you all and says, I believe whatever damage the cult decides to wreak in the next in the coming days would pale in comparison to what happens if you fail to read those books. So I suggest, regardless of what happens, that you take the time to study those tomes.
Yeah, I think we should spend the next few days here in town helping them repair and reading books. I got one more. I got something else I got to prepare too. So this will give me some time to catch up. Also,
definitely be reading.
Yep.
Same.
All right.
You said 4 to 8 hours? Or 4
4
D?
to 8.
Okay.
4-8.
Yep. 2 whole days of reading. Is there like that bell tower? How high up is it?
40 feet.
Okay. Is it? I'm gonna fly up to the bell tower.
So the next 6 days do pass relatively quickly and peacefully.
I'm assuming we've read through all these books.
You have read through the books, and you with 8 hours, like especially Senku, is quite often pulled aside to assist with repairs via his fabricate spell, because he can that's literally an undo damage button. The principal core is a Control Z, because it turns raw materials into a finished product.
Can't my PDF for Dungeons and Dragons is completely broken. I'm gonna have to remake it.
Jeez.
I can't even change any of the numbers of my skills.
Wow.
Oof.
So now I maximize my intelligence to 6?
Yes.
And my charisma is going up to 6, and that means that that other book I've read.
Oh my
It's finished too.
My wisdom is now 22 with a +6.
Yeah, that ain't going any higher.
Oh, it's gonna be nasty.
Yep. Sen, can I get the stats on that other book? The one for my what's it called? Attunement slots.
It is fundamentally the exact same. You'd have to, like, I based those off these books, the stat books.
I mean, I want to know what it does because I'm assuming I've read through that one as well because I was about halfway done with it.
Oh, you want the feat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was reading that one first since I was so close. Thank you. Let's go. Put that in my notes. With Flicker Step. That's just a fitting place to have it.
Nyxor,
Yes.
you had one of these, or no, you had blah blah blah.
Nestor took the other one.
Yes.
So as far as I'm aware, nobody read that, but we did finish the other one, correct? Or the ones we just got, correct?
Yes, you did.
Good deal. Not 192. I would love 192 decks.
Pippin's gonna go up to Nyxor with that book that Nyxor took from him so long ago and then hand it over. Just be like, it's a good book. This is a really good book, man.
You just hear this seething in his.
The hell?
You think it's seething? Really, it's just
Why would you read that?
You hear him start to seethe, and then it just sort of fades into one continuous tone, and it's just these little sparks coming out of his nose.
It's like, I'm out of here.
Down, Nestor. Down, not Nestor. Nyxor. Down, Nyxor. Down, boy.
The book didn't kill me, but you might. Jeez.
No, it's just he controls it. He's like the really really kind of look.
Well, now we know they're not bad and not going to kill you or something.
They actually act just like the books that we just read. It felt so similar reading the two of them. I've been secretly reading this book for like a week.
I exercise lately, and kind of wish I had Rapatini's journal.
I mean, we could go tell Nestor what I just did, but
I think that would be extraordinarily dangerous.
Yeah, it was dangerous, but what's the point of having the book if you're not going to read it? It's a book. It's made for reading. I mean, mine, it gave me extra attunement slots. I could exchange my hit dice for attunement slots now.
Okay. Pip?
Yeah?
Now it's... I don't know how I'm going to say this. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to say this.
Well, you figure that out. I have a tactic, man. I have tactics and sinners.
What?
I have a cat that demands yum yums.
Oh.
I could use some yum yums too.
Well, I'm not gonna kill you, but Mr. White. Sophie. But
I like how at about the same time of Pippin finishing this book, he also now has a dragon mark, but it's completely unrelated, but still.
A dragon mark. A dragon mark unrelated.
Forgive me if I have no idea what the heck that means.
I've been iffy on. I have one feat that I can't. I had medium armor master, but it just wasn't fun to play. So I swapped it to the two-handed, the great weapon master, which I never used because I realized, holy crap, this is a stupid idea to be running disadvantage with a -10, or sorry, -5 to your attack roll with disadvantage. I'm just like, okay, I haven't even used it, so I swapped it out for Aberrant Dragon Mark because I've never seen this feat before. I thought I went through all the feats, but this one looks so cool. I don't know how I missed it. I basically just get a sorcery cantrip and then a level 1 sorcery spell that I can use once a day. Except there's a flaw with the Aberrant Dragon Mark. So, yeah, that's fun.
So
Your cat now has nom noms.
my cat now has nom noms. I heard you say, I heard Nyxor say, I'm not going to kill you, but Nestor might. Nestor walks in and says, Nestor might what?
Pippin's gonna. It's like nothing, and just gonna teleport away. Nexor's just like counterspell. You did what?
That is if anybody here has counterspell.
I don't.
Pippin might be the only person who does.
You might be the only person who can.
Well, no, Nestor can, but he does not, in fact, have to.
Oh, that's right. You also went into, what was it, Sorcerer?
I am more sorcerer than I am paladin.
Yeah, I was thinking you're still more paladin than anything else.
Well, yeah. And what I was mentioning about the dragon mark is what I was messaging you about, Sen, earlier. Just wanted to talk about it before the game started.
I still haven't had too much of an occasion to look over that.
Basically, I swapped out medium armor master in the past because I just wasn't having fun with it. I had way too much armor.
Yeah.
Balance it out. Switched to great weapon master, which I have not used because it's a -5 to my already disadvantage.
Right.
And I'm never going to use it because that's just stupid of me. So I was looking at all the feats, not for my character, but I was actually looking at the feats to make Kayla's character better suit her now that she was rejoining. And there's a new one that I've never seen before. At least not one that I've noticed. They might have been there, but Aberrant Dragon Mark. And I'm like, oh, that's so Pippin's.
And that's not what I've ever heard of.
So I was talking to you about it because I'm curious about it. It's interesting. It has something called, it's an optional power called Greater Aberrant Powers. And at the DM's option, a character who has the Aberrant Dragon Mark feat has a chance of manifesting greater power, and it goes on to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm reading that, and no,
Well,
you psychotic.
Well,
I'm not gonna. I mean, I haven't.
Again, that's at the DM's discretion, but there are some But yeah.
I need
But
to look at this
that
now.
isn't the reason why I grabbed it, though. The reason I grabbed it was because it lets me dip into Sorcerer. It gives me higher Constitution.
That
That is not one I've ever seen before.
And some of the boons are some stuff that me and you actually had talked about, and you are trying to find a way to make work.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Where do you see?
At the top of the Aberrant Dragon Mark, it says you've manifested an Aberrant Dragon Mark. Determine its appearance and flaw. You gain the following benefits: increase your con by 1 to a max of 20. You learn a cantrip from the Sorcerer spell list and an additional first level spell.
And Constitution is a spell casting ability for these spells.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, that part of it. Okay. That part I have zero objection with. The part you copy pasted? No.
That's the optional part of the feat for the DM to deal with.
Yeah, no option there. No. It's a good thing. 'Cause no.
The fun part is I don't even know what these boons even are.
They can be well. No, they are all incredibly powerful. One is just increases your movement speed by 30 and gives you the dash as a bonus action. One just increases your size by 1.
Okay.
One allows you to just go invisible whenever you're in dim light or darkness. There's one where you just have immunity to lightning, and then you can cast Thunderwave at will without using any components.
Ooh.
They're incredibly powerful. They're basically
broken
legendary
is what
abilities.
They are.
No,
Well,
they're not broken.
They're demigod abilities, basically.
A couple of those were broken.
Yeah,
For
a lot of them are broken. Boon of Higher Magic. You gain 1 spell slot higher than your current spell slot. And there's also a boon. Let's see. Here's a Ranger boon. Where is it at? Oh yeah, boon of multi-shot. You can now maintain concentration on up to 3 instances of Hunter's Mark. I mean, let's see, the boon of Peerless Aim. You can give yourself a plus 20 bonus to ranged attack.
Holy shit.
Once per short rest. They are stupidly powerful.
That is broken.
Yeah, and that's why at the DM's discretion, you have a 10% chance of gaining an epic boon each level after level 10. But then once you gain one, it's over.
Yeah, I see why Sun's going no.
Oh, exactly.
Those are a lot of those are just broken. Here's the thing: a plus 20 to my ranged attack. I would have a plus 33 to hit.
But that's once per short rest.
So it's like once per short rest.
You get a guaranteed hit.
Hit so long as I don't roll a 1.
Yeah.
And even then, you might still hit it. Well, no, it's a guaranteed fail to 1, isn't it?
Guaranteed fail at a 1. That's why I'm like, unless I roll a 1, that's a guaranteed hit. Because I don't know of anything with an AC of 33.
Yeah, but the thing about it is at not only is it at the DM's discretion, the DM also gets to pick which one is given to the character if one is.
Oh, and it gets worse, because if it actually happened, then our buddy, Perrin, would have not just a plus 20 to hit, but if he critted he would
Well-
end up rolling a 52.
Well, if he crits, it just hits anyway.
Yeah. That's a waste of that at that point.
Oh,
But instead,
Boon of High Magic, you gain a ninth level spell slot, provided that you already have one.
yeah. That's just rude to the enemy.
You gain proficiency in all skills. Anyway,
Yikes.
they're powerful.
Yeah.
There's also there's a reason they're called epic boons. They're designed for progression above level 20. Where
Indeed.
guess what? Casting Thunder Wave at will is not so crazy powerful.
Indeed.
Oh, actually, at level 10, that's not that horribly powerful. It's powerful, but it's not, brokenly powerful at level 10.
Yeah.
No.
But the plus 20 to a ranged attack
Once per day.
once per day is broken.
Unless your
same
party
level.
takes it. Unless your party takes advantage of short rests. All right, battle's over. Time to rest.
This is how broken this is. As I said, I have a plus 13 right now. That puts me at plus 33.
Yeah.
Once per
Yeah.
short rest. That is a hit. I can go, okay, dice, don't fuck me over. I hit. I don't care what your AC is, unless you have all of the bonuses to AC, I'm hitting you.
Oh, and if the character does gain an epic boon, they also permanently lose one hit dice, and their hit point maximum is reduced, equal to a roll of that hit dice plus their Constitution modifier.
So it's like losing a level of hit points.
Yeah, and your reduction cannot be reversed by any means.
That's not a horrible trade-off, though.
No, it's not. It's so unfair. Boons are so powerful, man.
Yeah.
Anywho, we should probably get back in the game.
So, the next these 6 days pass fairly quick. Actually, we were already past that. Pippin just sort of teleports away. Nestor looks at Nyaxor and says, "Okay, why did he?" Brief pause. Why are you? Okay, what did I miss?
Apparently, Pippin stole that this book and has been reading it.
Pippin?
I feel a disturbance in the force.
Apparently, it's not that. I don't. His brain is short circuiting.
He's like, cracks neck. Where is he?
He's so angry, he's twitching.
He's twitching. Oh God!
Pippin's just nowhere to be found.
Nestor billows again.
He made it, man. He gets to sleep.
It's just the sound of crickets.
though he teleported.
You could be on my back for all we know.
Nestor looks at you, Max. No, I could see him if you were on your back.
I mean, if he rolled a 27 for stealth, so I mean,
Nestor is pissed.
Pippin ain't coming out. I don't know where Pippin's at, but he ain't coming out. He'd rather hide in his bag of holding.
Yeah, and you just see Senku just give the look of, if I had one intelligence, I would know to stay away from him right now.
Pippin's like, row.
I'm gonna say right here.
Go outside.
There are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea and storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man.
I thought you were just gonna stop there, and the anger of Nestor. Yeah, Pippin's just aside now. Forget breakfast. Get starved.
Like you see Senku just like a little bit further away from Nestor than everyone else. Because I'm gonna be over here. I don't want to get in his way.
Nestor looks at you, and it's as if the skies parted. Like, he looks at you, and he looks absolutely normal. That is an extremely wise decision. And
That is very wise.
Yeah, absolutely no anger whatsoever towards Senku. But as soon as you see, you can tell when he immediately, when Pippin comes back across his mind, how his expression changes.
Apparently he stole this from me, and I did not notice.
Pippin's like, all right, he's finally calming down. I can go, no.
I'm going to rip out his larynx.
Pippin's like, I'm gonna hide behind this big sword. What? Speaking of which, I can't roleplay this correctly without knowing where the heck are we.
You've had there's like several communal tents that have been erected all over the city. That you guys are just in one of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my principal forge has basically been a Control Z on all the damage.
Not all the damage, but a good chunk of it.
Yeah. Pip. That's something Pippin can easily teleport out of, I assume.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he ain't in there. He's hiding in a bush somewhere.
But yeah,
Nearby,
I'm Control Zing as much damage as I can with Principal Forge.
Pippin teleports, pickpockets his sword, teleports away.
Everyone sees, Nestor. He closes his eyes, takes a few calming breaths, and just relaxes and says, "Hey Pip, I need your help. I need some input experimenting in it with a new spell."
Do I have to roll insight? I was hoping you'd say that.
Hey Pip, I need some help testing out a new
Insight.
spell. By the way, go stand by that wall and paint this
wall red
paint
for
on your
me.
stomach so I know where it's you.
Okay, insight is a +3. That is a 16. And what did he roll for deception?
Much more.
I was say not for you to know the exact number.
Well, I mean, because I don't know. We've always did it. If it was PCs, then we'd roll, and then if he rolled something, then we'd compare them. Since
Under
it's player
normal
characters,
circumstances, you're not supposed to do it, but this is one of those where I think it can be gotten away with because it's going to be innocuous. But yeah, Nestor got a 21.
nice.
So, as far as you can tell, Pip, Nestor's he's got his calmness back. He is legitimately he looks like he's legitimately curious about your opinion.
And you just see Senku back off because he sees this change in demeanor.
Pippin's not dumb, and he's a very cautious potato sometimes. So he's gonna come back, but he's got a teleport prepared. That's for sure. It's like this guy was just screaming at me. He really seemed calm, but I don't trust him. Like, all he seems good enough. I guess I could show my face again.
Cut around corner.
Yes.
Boom!
No.
I'll uppercut it into the stratosphere.
No spells are fired, but you immediately get this cut to old anime style where someone is giant and looming, giant in the background.
Ah,
and
yes,
over
the
someone in
big
the
head
foreground.
scene. Like Erika in Naruto when he's yelling at Naruto to cut the trick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cut the stupid tricks! This is your last warning! I could link you that scene if you want.
No need.
What book did you read, Pippin?
No, nothing like that. He just has this. He stares.
Stares
There is
daggers.
Yeah, he stares daggers. And you've never feared Nestor before. There's for just this moment, you do a little. I mean, he's not going to harm you. But
Is it like the frightened effect?
I found it!
No,
I
not
found it!
even.
I found it! Campaign pictures.
Pippin's like, he's like, I should fear you, but I don't.
Look at the campaign pictures.
What is this?
Yes, very quite a bit like that. Quite a bit like that.
He's like, Pippin's kind of like listening. He's just kind of like, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Just like staring daggers, and you just sort of feel a rumble welling up from within Nestor.
I mean, the book ended up having some really good stuff inside of it.
Be thankful it didn't turn you into a duck.
That would have been fun.
Be grateful I don't do the same.
Oh, I know you want. Hey, one of us had to read the books to find out if they were harmful or not. I was just the human guinea pig.
All of a sudden, Pippin starts
It's a
quacking.
good time to shut up. Senku says, Pippin, you know that little voice that tells you to quit while you're ahead? You don't have one!
I was about to say I don't have one. Pippin's like scratch his head. That little voice. You don't have one. Yeah, I really don't. What is that?
Little voice? What little voice?
What?
Make a wisdom save.
Oh, wisdom save. For what?
Make a save.
I mean, is it for being frightened?
No.
Okay. Wisdom save, wisdom save, wisdom. Okay. That is wisdom, and that is my dice, and that is a 1, so I get to reroll that. How do you do that to me? Got an 8. I roll a 1 twice. I can use a lucky dice. So let me just use one lucky dice and see if I can't save this. Okay, that is 21.
Good.
Had to use the lucky dice.
Eh,
You know what? You used a lucky die for no reason whatsoever besides avoiding comedy.
Hey, do you want me to recall it?
Yes, please. We want to see the comedy.
I'll go with the net 1 if it's comedic.
It's absolute. I will tell. I will swear to you this: it is harmless, innocuous, and hilarious.
I'll take the net 1 and save the lucky dice.
Okay. Everyone. After Nestor says you could have been a duck. Everyone can roll me perception checks.
Oh,
Not
oh,
14.
fun.
That'll be a
15.
31.
oh yeah, I got a. It's a plus
Paul-
10 now for that.
Is this guy polymorphing me?
No.
No, that'd be a
Aw,
completely different
That would have been
save.
so funny.
I'm fairly confident polymorph is a completely
That's a
different-
25.
That's good.
I got a 15.
That's also good.
I just got rid of my polymorph last level up.
Everyone. Well, what did Pippin get on that perception?
Oh, I didn't know I was rolling perception. Hold up.
You may roll perception if you so wish.
Oh, if I so wish. Well, Kayla, what is Kayla's perception?
Who's Kayla? You talking about? You talking to Lifa?
Yes, but I gotta find her perception. Her perception is a 9, so that's gonna be a 13 for Leva.
Okay.
Pippin-
Lifa doesn't notice.
Pippin's got a 3.
Oh, yeah, polymorph is a wisdom.
It's gonna be a 9.
Okay. Well, it is highly appropriate that Pippin fails this. What's going on? Most of the party looks and they see Lorenta drinking in this exchange, and she stands stark still. But for just a little, a few little subtle gestures of her fingers, and immediately, as soon as Senku says, that you don't have that voice that tells you to quit when you're ahead.
No, I believe the exact quote was, "Hey Pippin, you know that little voice that tells you to quit while you're ahead? You don't have one."
Well, I mean, technically he does, but not really.
No, he does. He just
Tones it out.
chooses to ignore it.
Yeah. Unless he's jumping off a cliff, he'll listen to that one.
Pippin,
Yeah.
You feel you feel a pressure upon your very mind, and at first you try to you tune it out, but then you realize that it is there's a level of passivity or passiveness rather to it. I can't believe the English major couldn't find the word for that. So you do ultimately relax, and you have the sudden overwhelming urge, as if you're being mentally controlled, to act like a duck. So the rest of the artist you can get on his, he drops to his knees, folds his hands under his armpits, begins folds his arms in, begins walking around and quacking.
This is getting clipped. This is getting clipped.
No, this is live actually.
I think Sen's laughing, but we just can't hear it.
He's throwing back his head and letting it laughter.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad I did not take a drink at that very second. I literally my bottle.
I was just waiting for everybody to be silent for a moment.
This persists for a minute.
As Nestor just sits there dumbfounded.
Oh man, I was so hoping somebody was casting polymorph on him because he was gonna run around like the goose from the Goose Game and just breathe mini cones of cold at people. You think you can turn me into a duck, huh? I'll show you the power of a duck.
As this is going on, Nestor chuckling says, "There's some kind of lesson to be learned here, but I'm having too much fun to think what it is."
Right?
I thought the spell was over. No, it is. I'm just saying, what the heck are you talking about? Pippin's just grumbling softly. He knows exactly who casted that spell.
So,
I don't know who it is, but he knows who they are.
She's struggling to take a drink.
No, I feel like Lorento would be there perfectly stoic, not even, just maybe a slight grin. She knows what she's done.
After the full minute elapses, Pippin, you do feel the hold release from you, and you just sort of stop, and you're on your knees, which are a little scraped up, but nothing terrible.
I mean, considering how much he crawls around to get to small places and hide, nah.
Yeah. But yeah, the spell wears off, and your arms are in a really awkward, slightly uncomfortable position. You're on your knees for some reason.
And you let out one last little quack.
Do I know what just happened? Do I have any memory of it at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's just laughing.
Pippin kind of scoffs, starts flapping his arms and quacking, and flies out of the tent. Just like, I know where I'm not wanted. He'll land outside the tent and then come back in like, hey, I love you guys and hate you all. Oh, shut up.
That is never not going to be funny from now on.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Yeah.
I just love how everyone cracked up when I did the Affleck.
That was really funny.
Uh,
Wah. Now,
We needed
whenever
that.
I do that, whenever I do the wah sound now, they're gonna be like, "Really?" It's like, I do that. I've been half duck this whole time. I didn't even know.
just made property.
Has Sen been choking this entire time ever since I said Affleck?
No. But the sound, the combination of sounds that 3-4 just did.
That's my. How dare you? But I do it in like a different language. You know, it's like draconic, but not draconic. I don't know.
It's a duck.
This whole half hour is just gonna be nothing but us cracking up, isn't it?
The episode of the YouTube DND, but we're all ducks.
Oh,
D&D, but we role play as ducks.
Funniest thing I've ever heard you say, Pat. Goodness.
Oh man, that was a
Now back to the regularly scheduled campaign.
yeah. Back to the campaign.
Affleck.
Can't believe you made me become a duck. That was mean.
I never said I was a nice DM. I said I was a fair one.
No, that was Pippin. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I found it hysterical. I'm glad I wasn't drinking.
Renta smiles and says, there are books in this world infused with similar magic where reading them turns you evil.
I understand, but at least I would have been I would have wanted to rule the world myself, you know? Like maybe that book did turn me evil, but I'm just an evil guy, you know? I'd still want to kill the cultists because they're in my way. Somebody had to read the book. None of you were manly enough to do it.
This isn't about manliness, Pippin. This is about a potentially dangerous magical artifact.
Okay, none of you were stupid enough to read it.
I would hope not, what with my now intelligence.
Man.
Remember, Pippin, bravery and stupidity are often two peas in the same pod.
I mean, I'm both, so... I mean, hey, it's not like I was hiding it or something.
That's exactly what you were doing.
I was reading right in the middle of a hospital room. I mean, come on.
When?
I mean, well, the only reason I was up to catch those guys at the hospital is because I was reading my book.
So you were reading it after the rest of us were asleep because you didn't want us to know.
No, because the nurses would yell at me if I tried to.
Why?
I mean, you guys happen to be asleep, which is a happy accident.
A happy accident.
Roll deception.
Oh, let's incite this.
Anyone who rolls insight does so with advantage.
Advantage, that's mean.
Okay.
Again, I'm a nice DM. I'm not a fair one.
That's an unnatural 20.
Yeah, I believe you.
got
Apparently,
a 20. I got an unnatural 20.
Well, I'm defending. Technically,
In this case, he is the defender.
yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 5.
Oh, right. I have to roll for Leafa.
24.
Oh, well, he knows.
Hey,
Yeah. Leafa also knows.
so Leafa, Nyxor, and Nestor all know he's full of it.
I mean, it
Thing,
seems
he's not.
legitimate,
Here's the thing, you know,
even if it
it's
seems
fitting.
partial.
It's fitting that you gave them advantage because Pippin isn't trying to be deceptive. It's more like he's being what's the word I'm looking for? Sarcastic. He's like, I totally wasn't trying to hide it from you guys. Just a happy accident.
Nestor bends over and free action Pip, roll insight.
Yeah.
Oh, insight. My best skill. I got a 19.
Nestor bends down, and you can see you can see the grin on his face. It's a grin, not not hiding. It's not a grin hiding a scowl or one of those sadistic "I'm going to rip your larynx out but with my teeth." But it is a grin that it's a grin that is of like deep relief as he bends over with this grin, puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "The entire country is so lucky that you're right, and we were afraid for nothing."
Yeah, it might not have been my smartest move, but I was just too curious.
Well, we do
know,
have to
there's
keep
a
in mind
saying
that
about-
his little thing that he did ended up saving the hospital, such that they could do triage here.
Yeah. Nestor, again, the smile fades a little bit and says, "There's a funny saying about curiosity and cats."
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
There's also saying about skinning them.
What?
What?
Yeah.
What type of necromancy are you into, man? I like how one of Pippin's flaws is literally that he's just too curious for his own good. So fitting.
You know what? Go ahead and because I forgot that, go ahead and give yourself inspiration for that.
Okay. Inspiration dies a D6.
So now actually it's gonna be carried.
Saving row.
Not quite. Inspiration it's something you have it until you spend it, and when you spend it, you can either give yourself advantage or an opponent disadvantage.
Oh.
Requires no action to use. You just declare that you're doing it.
Awesome.
So now I'm actually going to be a bit curious about Rapatini's journal then.
Which Nestor is just kind of holding.
Yeah.
I mean,
Would it be safe to say that
here's the
Talikos
thing.
is now an ally of the party?
Say that again, Senku?
Would it be safe to say that Thalikos is now an ally of the party?
Yes.
Okay.
Does anybody...
I've been keeping extensive notes of that, of the town, of the friends and allies. It's like town of Corwin, town of Byron, town of Bryn, town of Nessa, Stumpable Estate, Kurgu, Church of Paylor, and City of Thalikos.
Nice. Pippin's gonna gesture to the book that Perrin's holding, and then turn to Lorenta?
Yes.
Aaron, what book am I holding?
I thought you said you were holding a book.
No, that's
No,
not...
Nestor.
Oh, he's holding the book and that's the dragon's book.
Yes.
Rappuccinis.
He's gonna adjust to it, and then look at Lorenta's. Do you know an identify spell to find out what this book is?
Lorenta sort of stiffens, and like she like puffs herself out, and makes herself just look a little bit more haughty and pompous, and he looks at you and says,
Of course I do.
head mistress of the world's of the foremost magic academy this side of the Ashcroft Mountain Range. Why would I not possess the ability to cast Identify?
Did.
I don't know. Do you?
Based on what she just said, I have to assume yes.
She looks at you, holds her palm to her chest, and just says, "You wound me. You are lucky you are not still one of my students."
I still have the scar.
I still know true polymorph.
I understand.
I actually was like,
Perhaps you'd like to live the rest of your life as a duck. You would certainly be more well endowed.
Ooh. And
Ouch.
would Senku just cringe at hearing that?
You can. It's not a matter. That's not for me to decide. That's your.
Yeah, you just see Senku go, ooh, hitting below the belt on that one.
Lorenta looks and says, "Do you know anything about the anatomy of waterfowl?"
I believe Senku with his 22 intelligence would.
Do you have proficiency in knowledge? Do you have proficiency in nature?
I do.
I do.
Well, I have 6. Well, I have a +6 to that due to the intelligence mod.
Proficiency? No, you don't. Meanwhile, Nyaxor and Perrin can roll me knowledge nature.
I think Leafa has nature as well.
Leafa can roll me knowledge nature too.
Apparently, I'm going to roll a 10 because I just can't roll high suddenly.
Leafa's got an 18.
That's a 25.
10 is good enough.
I went from getting an 18 when I have a +13 to everything has been 5 or less.
Here's the question. I'm not sure how to go forward on this because I'm about to drop I'm about to drop a biological fact that is very, very strange and a little disturbing. I'm not sure you guys I'll share it if you guys want to. I'll share it.
I mean, I watch nature shows all the time, so.
Okay. Well, if Perrin and Pat wish to know, they can join Nyaxor and me in the DM chat, and Pippin, if you want to know via Leafa, I'll have
I've already watched the true facts about the duck, so.
Okay, so you know what I'm about. You know exactly what I'm about.
I might know, but
That's why I laughed so hard.
Okay,
I have a fairly good idea about this, considering I've heard about it somewhere.
Well,
Out of
Senku
character
wouldn't
anyway.
know. So Nyaxor, join me in the DM chat. Perrin, you're welcome to join if you so wish.
All here.
Ducks have 9-inch long corkscrew peni. So there we go. With
So-
that out of the way, let's get back to the others. I didn't expect. I expected more of a reaction, I have to admit.
I watch nature shows all the time.
I had heard about that one, but I hadn't. But it's been a while since so I couldn't remember what one it was going to end up being.
Ducks have 9-inch long reproductive organs.
That
In the
active
shape of a
corkscrew.
corkscrew.
I was about to say, you're missing one crucial part there.
Yeah.
In the shape of a corkscrew.
In the shape of a corkscrew.
Not even remotely kidding. And I just demonetized this. I just demonetized this stream for you.
I don't think
it's
so.
monetized right now.
I don't
I
think.
sincerely apologize.
I doubt it was demonetized, but it's possible. I mean, considering that video probably wasn't. I mean, but either way.
Well, still. So Lorenta takes the book, flashes one more, mock angry glare at Pippin, pulls out a pearl, and begins casting a spell right then and there.
Oh God.
And she takes a few minutes, and she actually she's very careful to do this. Like, she doesn't read sequential pages, but she'll read a page, flip forward, read another page, flip to the last page, read it, close it, and she hands it back to you, Nyaxor, and says, "When you finish with this, please return it to me. Please turn it over to me. I will pay you handsomely for it, and I will see to it that it never sees the light of day, because the information contained within is far, far too dangerous for normal Ken."
What is the book? What does it do?
Oh, yeah, I need to remind myself what it does. What it
She
was.
flashes a glance at you, Pippin, and says, "You have already read one of these books. Please don't read this one and drain it of its magic."
I have no intentions of reading it. I just want to know what it does. Otherwise, I'll read it out of curiosity, trying to figure out what it does.
I would say that's a very bad decision.
Knowledge is power. Power is knowledge. You have the knowledge. You have the power.
I don't know all the particulars, but it teaches a spellcaster to schism his or her mind and concentrate upon multiple spells at once.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's gonna be really nice to have. Out of character. Because a lot of my spells are concentrates.
Imagine having, a haste spell active along with an enhance ability spell. Or elemental weapon with haste. So many things you could do with that. Or, being able to put up multiple walls of light or walls of fire.
She's like, however, once someone reads this book, its magic goes dormant for 100 years.
So I assume the same thing happened with my book.
That is correct. Someone...
I did want to read this book, so no reading this book, Pippin.
I'm not. I've read mine. I might bring it unless you're wanting to buy it. I might bring it to the Stump Bubble of State to let them take a look at it.
You're talking to Lorenta?
Yeah.
Her eyes, she raises an eyebrow and says, I would absolutely wish to buy it, if only to secure it. Because that, whatever it did for you, seems remarkably useful as well.
Indeed. I need to go buy some items. Well,
So she says, hold on to it. And when next we speak, I will have a suitably substantial pile of gold for you.
ooh.
You.
And she smiles, she bows, and with a flourish, she departs. Now, this all happened. This is all happening during that 6 days of peace. So, Nyaxor, after you finish reading that wisdom book, you tear into this one. It is a remarkably interesting read, but it requires you to do a lot of thought exercises and meditating and just trying to focus and multitask. But as it does, you feel magic flowing into you slowly.
That kind of sucks, 'cause that's one I wish I had.
Oh, I got something. I'm still cooking it up, but I got something pretty cool coming for you too. I'm gonna have an awesome one of these for everybody.
Ooh.
And I'd also assume that each of us with our crystals during these 6 days are taking time to meditate to learn their power. I know we have a few of us here who haven't really gotten to know their crystals.
I should, let's see, it's 6 days. Oh, I don't even need to bother rolling, because that's enough to guarantee that mine's recharged.
How much do we get per day?
A D4 charge.
D4.
Oh yeah, I
mine's
need to
empty.
do 6 of those, right?
Yes.
I need to do 6, but 4 of them's enough to guarantee full charge.
Okay.
Also, Nyaxor, I sent you a message containing the custom feat I made for you.
Okay. I'll look at it in just a second.
My crystal got full from that.
Excellent.
Oh. Yeah, mine would be full too. I rolled 17.
I only rolled 20, but I mean the max I could roll was 24, I think.
See, I didn't
So
roll
I got
any
lucky.
because, as I said, the first 4 days were enough to guarantee it.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, you really nurse that. You really nurse your crystal.
I need to get more of those. I need to go through and get more of the abilities, but
That's what I was gonna say. Leafa is gonna be doing during her 6 days. Is meditating with the crystal.
Which ones do you have Pippin.
I have the radiant crystal.
I meant Perrin. Bleh.
I think Perrin's got fire.
Yes.
I know. Which abilities do you know is what I was asking.
I have Blazing Sword and Flame Wave.
So you would get. I'll actually. Okay. So I am gonna prepare for you.
Many messages. I know Pippin's definitely going to go visit the Stump Bubble Estate during this time. And actually, who runs this town? Who's like the mayor?
Angry Fist Shake.
You're like, darn you, Pippin! How dare you ask such a question? I mean, I did ask last week too, so you should have been prepared.
Hey, Angry Fish Shake.
Oh, God.
What?
You had to do that, Pat.
Jokingly, but yes.
Brilliant. Honestly, it's good to. It's. I'm honestly glad to hear you joking around a little bit more, Pat.
Hey, you've been quiet like all the time until now.
I'm also trying to stay awake tonight.
Fair.
Duly noted.
It's a blast.
So.
Yeah, I know. Leafa's got the WIP crystal.
Yeah, it's still very much a work in progress.
She's got the whipped cream. Yep, the whipped crystal.
So, I did send you Perrin all of the other things.
All right. Yep, and I got them noted down now.
Pippin Paranopsicopolis. No, Pippin's definitely gonna go see Melibus, the Stump Bubble Estate, sometime during these 6 days.
Okie dokie. What are you looking for?
Just see what magic items they've procured and what they got for sale. And also to show Melibus this book.
He looks at it, he examines it, and says, "I will return this in a few days, but I would love to be able to study this."
Oh, that's a hard one.
So I could have up to 3 concentrates, I think, because is it proficiency bonus or the modifier?
It's half your proficiency bonus.
Okay, good. So there'll be 2 then.
Yep. Is it just
Still,
me here, or
that's still
has
pretty
anybody
cool.
come with me to the estate?
As I understood it, it would just be you, but if anyone wants to join you, that's fine too. Actually, I take that back. Nestor would absolutely be going with you.
He's like, this guy's too stupid.
I
Can't let this guy go alone.
They haven't actually had too much in the way of goods come in or out. They've been really focusing on the rebuilding effort, which, as you can imagine, takes a good long while. An entire portion, and the entire northwest, the entire northern wall was destroyed. There's a big gaping hole.
I feel
So-
like every town I have a magic circle to is gone. But yeah, the book gave me extra attunement slots. But yeah, Nestor, do you think it's a good idea for them to hold on to the book for a couple days? I mean, it has 100 years of not having power, but
Nestor looks at you and says, I don't think it's a good idea for anyone to have that book. But you could do worse with you could do worse for the person whose charge you leave this in.
what? How many days in did we come to the Stumpable Estate?
This is like this is like 4.
Okay. Then yeah, at that point, yeah, I'd let him hold on to it for a couple days because I just finished reading it. We just found out the
Okay.
power of the previous one. Yeah, you can hold on for a few days. I'll come back for it.
He bows as he accepts it. So the next 2 days pass peacefully and uneventfully. You guys finish reading all your books and get your bonuses and stuff. Repairs are going smoothly, if a little slowly, but other settlements in the principalities are just sending in tons and tons of supplies. And again, Senku with his fabricate spell and the principal forge is a remarkable help.
Betcha whenever Nyxor can, with his really good strength, can probably help out.
Oh yeah. Now that you're not reading your when you're not reading your Tome of Understanding, you're you're lifting the heavy things. Finally, on the sixth day, you guys, no perception check needed. You guys start to hear this rhythmic sounds like great flapping.
Oh boy.
At first, there are, shrieks and gasps and screams, but then they fade. Then they very quickly fade into cheers, coming from the north and northwest.
Is it our dragon friend, the gnome?
Matter of fact, it is.
Oh.
I recognize those wing flaps anywhere.
Let's go out and meet him.
Sure.
So he lands, big heavy thud. Just sort of like for a moment rears up, throws his wings out, as if to say, behold my glory, I am here, worship me, for I am dragon. And then it's like he very quickly, folds his wings up and almost makes himself a little bit small. No insight checks needed. He's like, I really probably shouldn't have done that. he does crane his neck down. Big toothy silver dragon smile, and says, "It is good to see all of you."
Hello again.
Hello.
He
Hello.
bows his head down a little bit more, and says, "I have some news for you."
Oh?
Oh dear.
He turns to you, Senku, and says, "Why do you say, 'oh dear'?"
Something I've gotten used to saying.
Well, if by "oh dear" you mean I may know one of the strongholds the cult is using as a base of operations, then by all means say, cheer, oh dear, to the heavens. So this would be a most unusual human custom. One that I am familiar with.
But this is welcome, actually. This is very much welcome.
Wait, what did he say? I think I missed something. My brain just stopped working.
He knows he believes he knows one of the he knows one of the citadels the cult is using as a base of operations.
Got you. That is very good news.
There was an old temple to Hextor, the god of war, existed atop the mountains. I believe the cult has moved in and taken up shop.
Oh dear.
Rebuilt some of
That's
their
not good.
rebuilt some of the old defenses and added several new ones.
Okay. Whereabouts is this place?
To the north of Decanus, between Decanus and the necropolis that is Echo's Hill.
Okay.
Closer to the necropolis, it is filled with undead, swarming with old denizens and followers of Hextor, and now a strong cult presence to the ancient wind god Lametta Tempesta.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We've heard that name before.
Indeed, we hear it all the time. It's the people the cult are worshiping.
It's like I pried this information from Rappaccini herself.
Okay.
How is she doing?
He hesitates for a second. He grits his teeth a bit and says, "Only by your request does she remain unharmed." You see, red and silver dragons are there is a blood feud waged between, and he sort of stiffens up and beams with pride, the metallic dragons, the children of Bahamut, and the chromatics, the spawn of Tiamat, the five-headed mother of monsters. And he says that with such seething disdain. But the rivalry between my kind and the Reds is one of the fiercest in Draconic history.
Ooh.
Ouch.
So, I am not exaggerating when I say it has taken every fiber of my being to prevent myself from just instinctively ripping her limb from limb.
Nyx was just like soft whimper.
Mhm.
Like, please don't do that.
He instinctive, like he snorts a bit, and as he snorts, like a small burst of cold and ice crystals come out of his nostrils, like just reflexively. Like this really is an instinctive. This is just really is an instinctive reaction.
Well,
Hoping
I think
by the end of all this that hopefully she can turn her ways.
He looks at you, and his eyes narrow into slits, and then says, "And what will you do when she disappoints you?" Are you prepared to do what is necessary?
Yeah, well,
Answer truthfully and with all the conviction you can muster.
I'll do what I have to. Hoping,
I find your tone unconvincing.
I know that I'm not. If she don't turn and she turns evil, I'll keep him and her in check.
If she turns evil, she already is.
I mean, if he fails, we'll keep them both in check. Or I don't have the same convictions.
Believe the word you're looking for is compunctions.
I gotta look that word up. What is that word?
Compunctions? Hesitation, concerns, reservations.
The feeling of guilt or moral scruple that prevents or follows the doing of something bad. I mean, I lack that, but
You're a scrupulous individual, basically.
This is where, speaking of characters, this is where...
if she goes bad and he joins her, I'll kill them both myself.
Oh, I'm not going to be joining her.
He turns to you with the thinnest of grins and says, "That statement had conviction." My concern is not that you will fall the evil. My concern is that you will fail to see reason when she lets you down.
Some people learn the hard way.
See, this is where, speaking of character sheets, this is where Nyx and his, he's too friendly. Sometimes he'd rather, not see people die. He's a lover, sort of like me, and he could get easily backstabbed. Is one of the flaws that he has.
And and credit to you for role playing that as as well as you are. And make no mistake, you are doing it very well.
Thank you.
But
yeah, I understand you guys and your concerns.
Being an ancient silver dragon.
Yeah.
Ancient silver dragon. Hot dang. That's the first time hearing of this.
Yeah, we fought along him in Decanus, man.
I know. I thought he was just an adult silver dragon.
He was. I haven't actually chosen an age category for him. So yeah, adult was probably right.
Still very powerful.
Yeah.
Well, before we go take a look on the top of that mountain, I kind of want to prepare. I don't want to go in and we're about to fight another set of powerful cultists. I don't want to go in ill prepared. I don't want to risk losing another one.
The dragon looks at you and says, You won't just be fighting a group of powerful cultists. You'll be fighting one of their archpriests."
Well, there you go. I don't want the same thing to happen with what happened at Decanus.
You're gonna hear a whimper from Soaring from that.
Senku then says, "Yeah, and I've got a major score to settle."
Nestor puts his hand on your shoulder, Senku, and says, "I think we all do."
We all, yes.
Indeed.
Is this archbishop or is this archpriest the same one that bound my buddy in full plate armor?
He was.
The dragon shrugs and says, "I unfortunately know not of what you speak."
The air elemental that was known as Twister.
He ponders a bit and says, "Interesting name."
Seiko's the one that named it.
If it makes you feel better, yeah, it's totally that archpriest. That's exactly who did that.
Because we encountered this particular air, we encountered this air elemental after we had freed him from being bound by a summoning circle, only to find out later that the cult had managed to bind this poor guy in full plate.
The dragon shrugs and says again, I know nothing of these events. But he turns to Pippin and then says, "Believe trying to motivate your friend by saying it was one of the same people responsible would be reckless and foolish."
Well, never claimed to be the smartest. I just know that the cultists are the one who is doing all this.
Indeed.
But alas, I feel like we need to get prepared before our travels.
Yeah. By the way, how are we doing on food?
You've been given free food, every day since the library was hit by the tornadoes. Like you guys have done huge amounts for this city.
I'm also thinking about like with our the traveling we're gonna be doing probably here.
Yeah. How much of the city was destroyed?
Almost a quarter.
Okay.
And this
Are
is
there
a
any?
big city.
Okay. Was like the shopping district damaged at all?
Oh yeah, the shopping district was totaled.
Gee.
Ugh. Where you said that was how far from Decanus?
Halfway between Decanus and Echoes Hill, which is a pretty famous necropolis that everyone would have heard of. Really far north.
Okay.
I'll
Then
be right back.
what's the? Okay, so I have the ability to teleport to Thalicos, Stump Bubble Estate, Bryn, the School of Arcana, and the what's it called? The library here.
Yeah.
I could possibly get us back to Decanus with my transport via plant.
Isn't Bryn the one next to Decanus?
No.
No.
Which one was that? What city's next to Decanus? Or no,
There-
I'm not thinking of Decanus. I'm thinking of the place where we fought the dragon.
Decanus is the volcano. It's also the name of the city next to the volcano.
I don't think I have Decanus unless that one is the one with the School of Arcana.
No, that is just the that is
I
just.
thought that was
referring-
ALP.
Well, the whole country is the ALP.
Oh.
ALP standing for Alliance of Lahazar Principalities. But there is just like the city. The city is so big, it just is just called the cap. It's just called the capital of the ALP.
Hmm.
Don't think I have a circle to that one.
See, this is where map being nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm a bad DM.
No, don't say that.
I still have the abilities to make a map if you ever want to get together and make a map. So I have the program for it.
We may absolutely have to do that.
Be
But
nice to look at, be like, okay, this is here, this is here. Okay, yeah.
maybe a couple of nights instead of staying up till 4 a.m. Building my ship and space engineers, we should stay up till 2 a.m. working on a map.
yeah, but to me, space engineers is so much more fun than cartography.
I know. Want to build a map in space engineers? But anywho, what's the gnome's name? Do I have the gnome's name? I think I do. Genu? Is that its name? Genu? No. Son?
Sad. People have gone poofed.
Sorry,
Yep.
sorry. Emergency taking care of my cat.
Oh, figured or something.
No, it is Genu.
Genu? Okay.
That is how it's pronounced, is Genu.
Yeah. Genu, do you happen to know the summoning circle for the capital?
He ponders for a moment and says, I do not. But it shouldn't be too hard for you to get that information from the headmistress of the school.
You know, that's probably should have been my first person to ask, because as the headmistress of the school, she should know everything, right?
Not only is she the headmistress of the academy, she is one of the members of the ruling council of this country.
Ew. Maybe I should not make fun of her then.
I think.
I do
And-
that too much.
Sort of like bends down, again, big toothy grin, and in this booming draconic voice, he says, quack.
ironic that you know that.
I
Mhm.
come back and hear something about booming draconic voice. Quack.
Hey, at least he's never gotten her name wrong.
So Pippin was like, I shouldn't make fun of Lorenta, because the dragon reminded him that she is on the ruling council of the ALP. And the dragon just sort of leaned down, big grin, and like big silver dragon just says quack.
Dragons confuse me.
Silver dragon go quack.
I would find a dragon companion someday.
He like he not so much stiffens up, but he sits up and puffs out his chest, raises his neck up real high, and just says, there are no companions more faithful and loyal to the humanoid folk than the silver dragons.
That is
Indeed.
true.
He is he says this and he is beaming with pride. Because even though he's a very good dragon, they're arrogant AF.
Well, it's a dragon.
It kind of has that right.
This be dragon we're talking about.
So he sort of lowers back down again and says, so you said you wished to prepare. How long are you thinking? 2 hours, 3 hours?
Well, if I can get the teleportation circle to the city, we could probably head there now. We'll have a better chance of getting the things we need, like some healing potions, stuff like that. Maybe, I know we might need some more diamond dust.
He then shrugs and says, well, I don't know if we can get that, but I can while I can't take care of the teleportation circle, I can take care of your transportation.
Oh.
And he flattens himself he flattens his stomach against the ground, and sort of unfurls his tail and just sort of gestures. There's a bit of displeasure in his voice, at not directed at you, but directed at the situation, when he just says, climb on.
I feel like if Leaf was if Leafo was actually role playing, she'd be like, "Thank you, great majestic beast."
You see him visibly relax a bit and smile when he says that, or when she says that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's an honor.
Yes, I'm sure it is. Get on.
Don't make me teleport y'all onto his back.
Stop climbing on, Pip. Hold your horses.
Pip just teleports onto his back, snaps his fingers, and everybody else is there now. Let's go.
Bit eager.
Okay, so you guys all climb on the dragon. And at first he like there's a bit of a rush as he goes from like laying on his stomach to legs fully extended. And then you see the like your view is to the sides is blocked as those enormous wings unfurl and rise up to either side with a great flap. You feel your bodies lurch upward. And you are riding a dragon.
Mhm.
Basically.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm about to
then.
get us a
All I-
copyright strike.
All I hear is dun 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 dun. Don't be playing music.
Yeah,
That's very bad.
that will
Yeah.
demonetize.
That can get his whole video taken off of YouTube.
Sorry.
And
All
to
good.
actually give you a suspension off of YouTube.
Yeah. I've never been for music. It's never gotten me suspended, but it's always taken down my videos. I maybe had 2 videos that just got copyright stricken, but they're like, yeah, there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong, so we're not going to hurt you. But your video's gone. So bye bye.
Sorry.
All good.
I didn't know.
You're good. That's why I
Well-
was like, panic.
Well, now you know. Where's it for you?
Speaking of unrelated things, I still have to play more Borderlands.
Meanwhile, back at the plot,
Plot
Yeah.
thickens.
you guys spend the next 5 hours riding this dragon, like, and you guys are impressed at how fast Jenny can fly. It's like in the setting sun, you can first you see like the capital off to the east, because you're basically flying along the near the spine of the mountains. Mount Hakushin falls away behind you into the distance. You pass the capital.
Crack-a-boom!
Krakatawa!
Not quite that fast.
Aw, I wanted to break the sound barrier.
No.
Never.
Night, Night Fury.
You wanna die?
No sound barrier for you.
The closest you'll get is the Night Furies, you know. They fly by.
But a couple hours later, you see, you know, a small, like a column of steam and smoke rising from the Decanus volcano. You can actually, you look over to your left and look down, and you can see, you know, the lava in the crater. And you keep going north and further north, and like the mountains start to lose some height here, but they sort of gain. That just sort of makes them a little bit even. That just sort of makes them more imposing. And in the gathering darkness, you see water to your north, and like you're looking out, and you're still miles away from it, but because you're so high up, you can see, and you see an ocean. And sort of straddling the mountains is this you see a vast city. And even from here, you can make out lights that are, coming on and moving and stuff. But that is not really your destination because the Genu sort of banks and lands on the ridge about 50 miles north of there. Big, imposing. It looks like it was carved out of the mountain itself. The entire structure is obsidian black. And there are pillars. You see a raised portcullis. And a big like a big raised dais on the outside of these enormous doors sized for gargantuan creature. Along the spine of this thing, you see, or along the ridge of the roof, you see 6 pointed spires, each with a bell tower, but there's no bell to be seen. The dragon lands down, and there is some fresh snowfall here, so your feet sort of crunch on the fresh snow as you dismount. And the dragon looks at you and says, "Did you enjoy your flight?"
It was
Said to what
amazing.
Hands up and says, "Who's up for round 2?"
It was indeed a joy.
Well, Genu looks at you, smiles, and says, "I cannot guarantee our paths will cross again, but if you're here tomorrow morning, I will make sure I pass by to pick you up. But of course," and he looks to Pippin, "you have you have means of teleportation."
Indeed.
And I have means of travel.
So
Thank you.
do not necessarily need me.
We do not need.
No, but it was
your help
quite
is always
enjoyable.
appreciated.
It was quite enjoyable.
It's been, after all the crap that we've been through, it's been a nice 6 days.
He the dragon smiles, nods a bit, and says, "Now I shall return to Thalikos and assist with the reconstruction effort myself
Sounds good.
in your absence.
Sounds good.
Just beware. There are many dangers to be faced within these halls."
Got it.
And he just sort of once again bows a bit and says, "I wish you good luck, my friends." And with a few mighty flaps that kick up a blast of snow each time, he disappears into the night sky. You guys are outside this. You guys are outside this temple.
All right.
The first thing that draws your attention is this big raised dais with what looks like a teleportation circle on it that's thrumming, like thrum, 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 thrum.
Well, that would explain how they've been teleporting everywhere.
Indeed, it would.
You say that, Senku. Roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, yay. Let's see, that's going to be a plus 14. Ooh, shoot. I ended up rolling a advantage, but that was an accident, so I rescind my advantage thing, so I'll just roll that again.
Yeah.
24.
24. Okay. Join me in the DM chat.
Oh, Steam, and I clicked free to play games, right? One of the top free to play games is $15.
That doesn't sound free to play.
Yeah.
There's literally, you cannot play it without. Oh, wait, hold up. That's because it's not released yet. So you can play it early for $15, but it's going to be released for free. Well, that's weird. But hey, you do you, game. It's called Lost Ark. Looks like a new RPG game.
Nice.
And it's got really good reviews from all the pre-release stuff. Apparently, this was actually the game releasing was originally a Russian game, but they're porting it over, making a new one for Westerners, and it's apparently really good.
Hello.
Heyo.
Hi.
By the way, this teleportation circle is different. It's unusual in some way, but it's definitely linked to here.
What do you mean?
There's something about it that's off that I can't place right now. But we definitely know that this is how they've been getting around and getting to this place.
Cole? Wait, what are you talking about, Senku?
What are you talking about?
What teleportation circle?
There is a big teleportation circle like thrumming on this large raised dais outside the just outside the doors.
Oh. And you say who's been coming through here?
The cult.
Maybe they've tapped into it. I don't know. Can I make an Arcana check?
You certainly may.
Let me get my trusty dice tower. I love that I have one of these now. And let me move all my stuff. There we go. I'm going to use my trusty black die for this. I got lucky, so I'm going to re-roll that one.
And it's a new day, so you've got all your luck re-rolls.
Indeed. Okay, well. Can I get a flash of genius?
Sure. You get that at +6 now. And, by the way, I get 6 of those.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's sick.
Nice.
Okay, well, that's going to be a 19.
Okay, you can join me in the DM chat.
I love being a support caster. What's my next task? Then you know what it's time to do? It's time to build a whole bunch of these things. Let's go through and empty our inventory.
I have no clue. That's really weird. Kind of glad we didn't teleport to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it could do anything really bad, but it seems like it's also being used for something else.
More than likely, if we had teleported to this, the cult would have found out.
It's possible. It seems like the somatic components I could get from this are they're for like Far Step, Misty Step, and other teleportation spells like that. I don't know. Well, before we head up the mountain, like I said, I wanted to get some potions. I want to see if they have a magic shop around here, and yeah.
On the mountain. You're outside the temple.
Oh,
Yeah. Did you miss that?
I thought we were put outside of a temple in the capital because that's where I thought we were heading.
No. The dragon took you all the way to the temple of Hextor.
How dare he? Okay, I'm gonna summon my sword and put on my armor.
Okay. So this like shimmering blue-white disc of light appears. Pippin reaches into it, grabs one. You see his arm drop a little bit as soon as it takes hold, and he pulls out this this great sword that's bigger than he is. And as you guys step forward, give me just a second to find the monster, because yes, you are getting into some fights tonight. Or at least a fight.
Yeah, because we're coming up on like 3.25 hours of this.
Not quite.
I mean,
Well,
we're usually here till like 2 a.m., so.
Okay.
could we take a small little break
Crap.
before we start?
I forget what my flaw was. Hold on, I'm gonna roll the dice to see what flaw I have.
Yeah, I suppose we can take a brief
Okay.
Maybe
drink or potty break.
Just
yeah,
take a brief
get some
respite, and I'm gonna
get some snacks or whatever.
indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna make myself a sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go maybe grab a pickle and maybe make a
Actually,
grilled cheese.
couple.
Ooh.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Pat, I am impressed with your sense of humor. I feel bad that we're keeping you up so late.
It's alright.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters.
I need it after the stuff I've been through.
Yeah, I'm not gonna press over the YouTube recording, but if there's anyone or if at any point you feel like you want to talk, I will totally put my crud on hold and listen.
Yeah, I actually was almost typed it into chat this past, what was it, a week or two?
No.
What all's happened, because everything a couple weeks ago went to hell in a handbasket.
Believe me, I know how. I know what it's like when everything goes pear-shaped at the same time.
Luckily, it wasn't. Well, the worst of it didn't come as close for me as it did you, but it still tried.
Yeah. I mean, I had another close call a week and a half ago, where I had things panned out ever so slightly differently. I'd probably be telling this story from from 3/4's microphone.
Well then.
Yeah. Fortunately, calmer heads prevailed, and the exact opposite happened. So, but my point is, if ever you wish to talk, at least I'm here, and I think I'm not, and I don't think I'm the only one.
Yeah, I'm with Sen here.
You're among very good friends in this D&D group. Distance be damned. Proximity does not a good friend make.
Yeah.
By the way, while we've got a little bit of a break, Thunder, are you going to be free tomorrow at like 6:30?
I should be able to.
Awesome, because I'm putting together another Space Engineers mission for you, 3/4, Leo, and Inferno.
Oh, sweet.
By the way, I loved the last one.
You see the video?
I've seen it like 3 times.
Just all you see when things started getting bad, all you see is me just fall through the floor and things started just just starting shooting at us. That was pretty epic.
To bring you up to speed on this, Pat, I've taken to I'm experimenting with using the game Space Engineers as a medium for storytelling, and I'm part of a Star Trek server that I've gotten 3/4 and Thunder into.
Oh, fun.
Yep. So I ran a little bit of a mission. We found an empty Starfleet vessel, no life signs on it. We went in, found a log entry where we found out there was this automated internal defense system that went haywire and killed the crew. And there was a lot of goofing and joking around, but some solid role play from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Not least of which being 3/4 and Thunder here. But unbeknownst to everybody, I waited for the perfect right time to go into the stuff and make these internal turrets that weren't targeting them, make them hostile, so they started shooting.
Oh, you timed it perfectly, because all you see in the video is me just fall through the floor and things started shooting at me. It's like, oh, what the heck? Bang, 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 bang.
It was very well executed.
Oh, it was beautifully executed, man.
Of course, everyone lost their crud when 3/4 never heard the phrase "open a hailing frequency." So, imagine people laughing as hard as we were before, rather, when like I said, "open a hailing frequency."
Even I understood what you meant.
3/4 was like, "What?" Our friend Leo's like, "Pretend you're talking to the ship." Hello, ship?
Hello, ship. It's been a long time, buddy. How are you? Yeah, we hadn't seen the ship in like 10 years, and I had no clue what the heck Sen was talking about, so...
I haven't seen Star Trek in like over a decade, and I even understood what you meant.
It's been a few months for me. I need to probably watch some again. Like, oh my god!
And I have never heard the term that Sen used to mean contact the ship and tell them, "Hey, who are you? How are you doing today?" You know.
Wait! Back up a second, Pat. Did I hear that right? You're a Star Trek fan as well?
Yes.
I'll talk to Star Prime. He's actually one of the Stormbusters. About letting me add you if you are interested, I will happily add you to the server.
Sure.
Cool.
Do you have space engineers?
He's about to.
No, not yet.
He's about to.
Fair.
See, technically, I need to get back into the role playing I was doing, which was centered around another game that is actually entirely Star Trek. Not that I play that game hardly anymore because their devs are kind of like meh to bugs.
Yeah.
And all their new content is, we made this new ship and put it in the lockbox.
Oof.
Which
So how
you
do I
can-
get the ship? How do I get the ship?
By
Well,
gambling.
There's a 37% chance of you getting it from the loot box. So after buying roughly 370 of these, because you know that we're not going to let you have it after the.
I say
even
it's
if it is.
something like 1% chance at best for any of these ships, and they're stupidly powerful compared to, say, the ones that can just spend money and get guaranteed.
Oh, it's a pay to win.
Yeah, and
Oof.
it's like, and then their content's like, their actual free stuff's like, why did you take a year to make this one mission?
I assume you're talking about Star Trek Online.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of MMOs.
I mean, it's a very amazing idea. It's just how they've executed it is utter garbage.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You'd like space engineers, I think. I think you'll like my ship as well.
I mean, right now I decided to, from a live stream I watched last week, from the depths, I've decided to modify a bomber I have in From the Depths.
Mm.
So
So
anyway,
now it's got a lot of bombs instead of like 8.
I like to say I have a right to be prideful about the ship for once.
you're darn straight. But regardless, getting back to D&D.
Still waiting on Zinku.
Oh, he's
here.
here. I heard his voice.
Oh, he is? Oh.
I heard
I'm
him.
back from making my sandwiches.
Oh.
Excellent. So, you guys walk forward. Do you walk onto this? Do you walk onto this dais? Because that's the only that is on the pathway towards these big double doors.
Leafa is going to cast Dispel Magic on the circle before we step on it.
All right, she casts it. The circle, the circle fades for the circle. The circle fades from view.
And then I'm going to check for traps.
All right, give me a perception check.
You want me to boost that with something?
I got a 19.
Nestor looks to you, Senku, and says, "Save it. Probably gonna need it in there."
Yep.
I was gonna say give him advantage
No name.
if I can't.
Well,
I
no
got a
need.
19, so.
At 19, there are no traps, but as you examine it, you are a bit taken aback when the circle reappears.
Whoa.
Well, that ain't right.
I'm getting off that. I just start floating. I'm getting off that.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to step on that circle either. If it's gonna do that, that reeks of bad juju.
Well, as you start to do that, you feel energy, like you sort of feel a wave of energy wash over you from your feet up. It doesn't feel harmful, but it definitely you almost get the suspicion that you're being examined.
Fun.
Leafa!
And then on either side of the door, on either side of this big gargantuan door, there are pillars, and out of each pillar, like into each pillar rather, are carved stone bodies.
Oh, I've
roughly-
seen this before. I've seen this movie before.
Roughly humanoid, except for the fact that they have 6 arms.
I've seen this movie before. The stone figures come to life.
Can I get out of the circle, please?
Let me find an. Actually, no, I'm sorry. They only have 2 arms, but still. On each arm is attached a 3-headed flail.
Beep boop a beep boop boop.
And they look like what I'm about to post in the campaign pictures.
Oh boy. Automatons. Great.
Well, not quite, because they're stone, but
Those look a lot like those guys from The Fifth Element. Except bad.
Me no likey. Me no likey. That's a triple flail on the left arm.
that's a triple flail on each arm.
Oh boy. I don't like this.
Me neither.
Me no likey.
Those are interesting creatures.
As Senku said, I've read this book. The golems, the statues start moving, and no sooner does he say that than you hear this rumbling and shattering of stone and the clattering of rock as 2 of these things break out of their pillars.
Nice. Do you have a diamond?
I have few, yes. Why?
Mind if I borrow a couple? I never got to grab the ones I needed.
What do you need him for?
I just need them. I never got to get all my components for my spells.
Oh, I never rolled for the crystal, did I?
You'll roll 6 d4s. I'm pretty sure you didn't use many of its charges anyhow.
No, you didn't.
You should be full regardless.
2, 6,
Yeah, you're
7,
full. You only used, I think it was a 5th
11,
level.
15, 18 charges regained over the course of those 6 days.
Yeah.
Dude, it only goes to 20.
Used 5 charges, so you're good. You're at 20 charges now, fully charged.
Good. I'm gonna need them.
Yep. I need at least one of those diamonds for the day. That'll be very useful later.
Well, I can hand. Well, you need just one?
Yeah, I can recharge later on.
Yeah, he'll hand one over.
All right, and at that, we can roll initiative.
Yay!
Throw that in his satchel.
That'll be a 21.
Awesome.
That'll be a dirty 20.
Nice. All right.
And grab my dice.
We got
That's a 22!
20.
And I have to decide how I want to how I maximize my damage.
See,
I have options. What will I decide?
And see, Leafa has a 26.
Damn!
She has a
Jeez.
plus 10 to initiative, so.
Okay.
Then Pippin's got an 18.
4d8 plus 7.
What's Nestor got?
I haven't rolled Nestor's yet. I'm rolling everyone else's first.
You mean the two ugly stone golems?
Do I expend this? Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
and writing down all ours.
Yeah.
It's a lot to keep track of.
I'm going to save this.
15. Okay.
I look back. I've got 16. I look back and I got plus 14 Arcana and plus 14 Investigation.
Yes. You're very skilled and knowledgeable.
Yes.
All right, I have a plus 6 in all my deception, persuasion, intimidation, and performance now. But I'm not able to change them for some reason.
Who did we lose? Somebody disconnected.
I think that was
Kayla.
Leafa.
Yeah.
She's in bed now.
We're about to clunk some stone dudes up the head.
Not just stone dudes. Blood golems of Hextor.
Oh boy.
But it's like you like that whole. I've read this book. The stone golems start moving.
Indeed, that was amusing. Okay, Lipa is up first.
Ooh.
All right. Let us see what we got here. Yeah, she'll go ahead and shoot a couple of her arrows.
Okay.
Let's see what does.
These guys are probably going to be resistant to anything that's not bludgeoning.
It's not a bad point there. Well,
I just noticed. I remembered a thing that I forgot about.
all right. Well, Kayla's going to take her first shot. First shot's going to be a 21.
That misses.
Next shot's going to be a 22.
Also misses.
What the? Oh, gee.
Wow.
The arrow's just bink, bink.
Is that right?
That's insane.
That's some high AC.
That's a.
Dealing at 22. Times good defender.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Nyxor, you're up next.
Oh yeah.
That's a high AC. Goodness.
I'm thinking. You know what? I have yet to do this. I might try out poison spray. Cantrip.
Okay.
So at this level, I can do 3d12.
Ooh.
And it's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh wait, Leafa would have got. I'm stupid. I forgot to add.
Oh, it's only 10 feet range. Oh boy.
What'd you forget to add, Pippin?
I forgot to add Leafa's extra dexterity, so she would have gotten +1 on each of those.
Okay, so one of them would have actually hit.
Yes.
So I will let you go ahead and roll damage on that.
Okay.
Which means I know that.
It's 23 AC then. Sorry. No, 22 AC. Dang.
Since you rolled high, go to the defender.
Actually, could I actually do Wall of Fire, but use the crystal to change it to acid?
You certainly
Okay, well,
S-
Leafa's doing 23 damage. That is all.
And this is to the goal. This is on the goal to the golem to the left or right of the door.
To the right.
Okay, you said 23.
Yep.
Okay,
She has the sharpshooter, so she could take -5 to her attacks, and that's what she did.
so you aim, knock, and loose two. Leafa knocks and aims, looses 2 arrows. One skitters off the shoulder plate. The next one gets like right in between one of the plates and just wedges there a little bit.
Yep. And then Blessings of the Courts will be active for that. That is Fey Wander.
And that's psychic damage, correct?
Yes. I believe
Nice.
so. 3d6 psychic damage. And they must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
So how to describe this? The second shot, you channel some energy, you channel extra spell energy into it, and you fire it, and that energy sort of, as the arrow makes contact and slides in, it sort of bursts outward and down, coming out of the panel that it was embedded in. And the golem just sort of turns to Leafa, looking none the worse for wear, as if it was completely unaffected by the psychic damage.
Oh no.
So I figured it was going to be that.
I'm guessing it doesn't even have to make a wisdom check to be frightened.
Correct.
Good old constructs.
Like I said, I have to break out the heavy artillery just to give you guys a challenge. That being said, let it be known I am nerfing this thing ever so slightly.
Is that really needed?
Yes, it is.
He's like, if you don't want to die, yes.
Well, no, I don't think it's not that I think you're going to die. It's that I think a default armor class of 26 is insane.
Jeez.
So yes, I did lower it.
Indeed, that is a little bit much. I don't think half of us could scratch it half the time. Especially
with
with
a
me.
13.
I'm at disadvantage with my attacks, so
I have a +13 at range.
So with that, Nyxor, it is your turn. You said you were going to do Wall of Fire and transmute the energy.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up a wall of. Instead of fire, it's gonna be acid.
You can do that.
Awesome.
So you cast that spell,
And
and
they
it turns from this, bright orangish red to this acrid pink cloud of shimmering smoke. Aaron, you're up.
Oh, they
Oh,
need to
good.
make a dexterity save.
Oh, you're putting it through them?
Well, with
You're putting it
it
in front of them that they have to walk through it.
okay. I'm putting it like I could put it right up next to them, so that they're about 10 feet away, so they already automatically have to take damage.
Okay.
Or how far are they?
They are about 60 feet.
Oh, I'll put it. Say 30 feet between.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that then. So if they walk right into it.
Okay. Now, Perrin, it's your turn.
All right, and how far apart from each other are they?
They are 20 feet apart.
Okay, I can only get one of them with lightning arrow. I'm still gonna cast it regardless, and I'm going to take a shot. All right, and wow, I miss, but lightning arrow they still take 2d8 damage on a miss.
I love lightning arrow.
So that's gonna be that. So I missed with a whole natural 1. But as I said, I cast lightning arrows. This is the fun part. Alright, they need to make one of them needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And it will be taking 9 damage, half if it succeeds.
So you fire the lightning arrow and it goes very wide, but you notice it and you just give it the command to detonate where it detonate near it, and it explodes in this big, electrical explosion that washes over one of this pulse washes over one of the constructs, and as it does, the golem just takes another one of these steps as if it didn't notice.
Huh. Well,
Oh boy.
I'm going to take my remaining shot at the one that is damaged. For sure. And that'll be a 31 to hit.
Hey, maybe the AC of 26 wasn't so high after all.
Well, for him.
Well, that was also nearly a 20.
Okay, but yes, you do connect.
Alright, and that will be 18 fire damage.
Okay. All right, after Perrin, it is Senku.
Okay. You know what? I've had just about enough of these stone golems already, and they haven't even gotten their first round yet. So, in other words, I think it's time we blow away the competition. Yes, that's right. I'm breaking out the heavy artillery.
You're going to use Tornado Blast?
I want to make sure we deal with as few of these things as possible.
There's only 2 of them, man.
Huh?
There's only 2.
Do it.
Yes, there may be only 2, but, well, yeah. We'd have to split our attention between them. Which could very
And
well
it's why my wall is up. It's going to take them both. But
Oh, go ahead, roll your damage. roll your thing. They have to make a. I think it was a Constitution save. Okay. So 10 plus proficiency plus level of the ability. Sorry, 8 plus proficiency plus level of the ability.
8 plus proficiency is 12, plus level 5 is, oh my god, that's 17.
Okay, so they have to make a 17. The odds are not in their favor. Yeah, does make it.
Oh, well, they still take
Wait,
15
who makes
d6
it?
piercing and 15 d6 slashing.
Wait,
Go
who
ahead,
makes it?
roll.
Wait. Did they both make the save?
Only
Buddy,
one.
your mod is going.
Wait, what?
Oh,
So that's 62 piercing
wait.
damage and 65 slashing.
Okay, I have an inspiration die.
You
I
want to
could use it. I want to use it on the one that made the save.
Okay. It now fails its save. Well done.
So it takes the full 65 and 62.
Okay.
Boom!
Them cracks neck. Is that all you got?
Ow.
Ow. No. All that for a drop of blood.
Oh well, they're definitely hurting from that. They're definitely hurting from that attack. All right. Nestor is up next.
They
Nestor.
did not like that, did they?
They did not like that. Nestor is going to.
Where are we at on the what number are we at on the?
We're at initiative 19.
Gotcha.
You come right after me, and then the golems go.
Everybody got high rolls.
Yeah, we did.
You guys rolled insane.
By the way, thank you for that inspiration.
So Nestor fires his Eldritch Blasts through the through the wall of acid, and they all just, it's like bullets ricocheting off something. Like the bolts hit and just skirt off, just bounce. They just bounce off and reflect up.
Ting, ting, ting.
As he misses horribly.
Oh, dang.
Pippin, you're up next.
All right. How far away are they from me?
They are.
Oh, don't they have to take damage from the wall of smoke?
They
Not
haven't even
not
to it
yet.
They are from you 50 feet.
I want to make sure I bring up the curse bringer invocation so I know I'm doing this right.
I'm making it so that everyone can focus damage on the one golem, basically.
All right.
As I just basically body one of these golems into the wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take my sword and take a slash at one of these guys.
You are where you're going to be crossing through the fire, right?
Wait,
acid, actually.
Yeah, you
I have a wall of acids between us and them.
You're gonna.
So
have
if you
to-
get onto the other side where they are, you're gonna take a hefty 5d8 damage.
I mean, you forget who I am though. Teleportation.
True.
An excellent point. But then
One-
you'd be putting yourself at risk.
I mean,
Okay.
fair, but I want to test out my sword.
I think you
Alright.
will, but probably not on them.
Hold on. I guess that is fair. I can see them though, right?
You can see them. Yes.
One of them looks battered.
Both of them look pretty banged up. Like there's some steel plates are wrenched loose and pulled free.
Okay.
They're
Well, it's
like
not.
they're like leaking blood.
But one of
Okay,
them
well,
looks a lot
let's-
worse than the other.
All right. Well, let us have a little bit of fun then. I am going to teleport in, and I'm going to attack one of them.
All right.
And let's see, so I'll be attacking twice with my weapon.
Hold
And
that thought. So you're gonna run up and then teleport through the wall?
Yeah.
All right. You run and you start to you basically like mid stride click your heels. And as you do, like you feel the teleport begin. You have your you have your destination in your pictured in your mind's eye. And you see it and you feel this wrenching, twisting pain as you feel your teleport being shunted
Can I
against your will.
counterspell myself?
No.
Oh
And
no.
you appear not too far away from where you broke into a run at the center of the teleportation circle outside the on the raised dais.
Well, we know what the teleportation circle does now.
How far away am I?
50 feet.
Arrow! Launch your arrows!
I'm not the one with an arrow to launch. I mean, I have a gauntlet crossbow, but it's garbage right now.
It's better than nothing.
I have an Eldritch Blast if I'm going to do anything. Okay, let's see. Tapping my heels doesn't. What does tapping my heels cost to give myself double speed?
I
Let me
believe
check.
it's a bonus action. I could be mistaken.
I don't know why I asked since I have it up here.
Yeah, I gave you this.
Yeah, bonus action.
I gave you the stuff so I wouldn't have to remember.
That was a rhetorical question.
And I gave you a rhetorical answer.
Yep, that is bonus action. So I'm 50 feet away. I have 35 feet of movement, and I can't teleport again. Hold on. That's what that circle does. That is annoying.
Well, at least we know.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna move 35 feet closer.
Okay, you are
Then
now 5 feet on your side, on this side of the wall of acid.
I'll buy. Can taunt them?
You could try.
Let's taunt them to get their attention.
That'll be a persuasion check. Or performance, either one.
Let's do persuasion. It's my highest. Where's my dice? I think I dropped the dice. no, wait, never mind. I'm just blind.
Mhm.
All right, persuasion check.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a 21.
21. Okay. So, what do you say? What are you doing?
I don't know, flailing my arms like, hey!
No,
Come
what you
after
do is you say,
me!
"Hey, over here! Your mother was a piece of granite."
Your mother was a pebble.
They
Your oversized bubble.
sort of
You,
turn. They, they, they sort of turn to look at you, and big, heavy and they move 20 feet. So they are still 10 feet away from you. Only one of them can hit you.
Wait, doesn't that put them in the range of the wall?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it.
Never said they're smart creatures.
And did that take my reaction or my action?
That would have been your action.
Gotcha.
So they need to make a dex save.
Oh, hold on. I want to run their attacks first.
Oh wait, it's their turn now?
It is their turn, yes.
Oh, okay. I thought they like moved on my turn for some reason.
No.
Well, when the one gets into range of me, well, hold up. Do I want to do that? Do I really want to use my reaction to attack them when they get into range? Can I even do that?
Well, if you get inside the wall, or
Well, I mean, it's like a what's it called? An attack of opportunity if they get into range, or is that only with specific weapons?
If you have a feat.
Okay, never mind then.
Otherwise, you have to hold an action, which requires an action.
Yep. And the reason they can attack you is because they're bigger than you. They're large-sized.
Indeed.
So, what is your armor class?
Not high. Oh, I mean, not high. It's a 19.
One of these attacks hits you.
Yeah.
Mac.
For 7 damage.
Okay. It's like, oh boy. That was a close one. The thing didn't want to hurt me, just wanted to bonk me.
And as it does, you see, like, some of you, like, there's some of your blood that's on its flails, and you see that blood sort of there's a slurping sound as it gets soaked into the golem, and you actually see some of the armor panels that were wrenched loose or wrenched askew.
Oh dear.
Into place.
Well then.
Now, Nyaxor, you can go ahead and roll the damage for your wall of acid.
The plates go back into place only to melt.
Melt away.
Okay.
Oh shit, I just realized I'm going to be casting Eldritch Blast if I do that at plus 12 now.
That's a 28 worth of damage.
Okay. As they walk in, they're starting to, like, waves of acrid energy are washing over them. And they're just sitting there, and the energy is splashing over them, and it's not doing anything.
The heck?
It's like these guys are resistant to any form of magical attacks.
More than resistant.
Immune.
Yeah.
What
we
the
might
heck?
need to deal with bludgeoning damage might be what they're good with.
They've crossed through the fire, haven't they?
They have not. They're still getting bathed in it. but it doesn't look like they care. We're back to the top of the order. Lifa.
Okay.
All right. Well then, let's do sharpshooter again. Let's just take 2 shots with an arrow because that seemed to work last time.
Okay.
That's 2 d20s.
Yep.
Plus 6 for me. First one's gonna be 24.
That'll connect.
Next one does not connect.
Okay.
All right. First
Which
hit.
one is this on? The one on the left or the right?
The one she shot last time. I think that was one on the right.
That is correct.
Let's do it. That is an extra 10 damage thanks to
Sharpshooter.
indeed.
I'm going to be an asshole once my turn comes up.
That's gonna be 25 damage.
25.
Yeah, because of sharpshooter, she gets 20 damage guaranteed.
Ouch.
I believe if I'm doing that math right. Wait.
Okay.
No, wait. Sorry, 22 damage. My bad.
Nyxor. It is your turn.
Wait,
Hmm.
hold up. I gotta look this up really quick. And then what's
Let's
this?
see.
Fighting style.
I want to try erupting earth. It to cause the I'm gonna try erupting earth.
Yeah, and I'm gonna once my turn comes up, I've got a plan that's
Oh,
gonna
it's not
make
your
me.
turn yet.
So erupting earth is a 20-foot cube centered on that point. They all need to take a dex save. And they'll take 3d12 bludgeoning. And
Alright.
and the ground becomes difficult.
Okay.
Dex plus proficiency.
Each 5-foot square of that portion requires at least 1 minute to clear by hand.
Okay. That just makes it not difficult terrain
Okay.
anymore.
Okay, I've been doing the math wrong, but I figured it out, and I've been doing the math wrong for both my attack and my damage. Oops.
It's difficult terrain until cleared.
Right. So you cast this erupting earth. There's a burst of snow and rock, with a bit of fire and some pyrotechnics, and like big chunks of stone and snow are hitting these things and just cracking off them or splashing off them. They appear wholly unaffected.
God damn it!
Let me guess, because it was a magical attack.
I can't give you that information without metagaming.
They took a lot of damage from physical attacks. Let's hit them with that.
I will say you do still have a bonus action, Nyxor. If you wish, you could always cast Shillelagh on Stormtooth.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring out Stormtooth next round.
Okay, so you draw Stormtooth, you flourish it with the Shillelagh, and the blade flares with energy and glows. And Perrin, your turn.
Alright. And we're going to change pace here, and I'm going to cast Haste through my bow.
Okay.
And that means I only get one attack. But we will take that attack, and that's a crit.
Well done.
Alright, time to have a whole bunch of dice. Alright, that's only 21. Bunch of low rolls.
And which one was this, on the left or the right?
This was the damaged one.
Well, they're both damaged.
Oh, they're both damaged? Ah, crap. Whichever one I shot before.
The
Yeah,
most
that's why
severely
I
damaged
feel
one.
that.
Go with that.
Okay. And that was how much damage again? 21?
21.
Okay, it takes it. Like the mechanisms in this one are like, it's weird. You never thought stone could bleed, but that's what it's doing.
Interesting.
You see the, like, over the top of its head, you see these two big giant tanks. And they're just, spurting and bubbling. So, Senku, it is now your turn.
These guys are wearing metal, right?
No.
Well, they have metal on them, right?
Not really. I mean, I have been describing them as metal plates, so yes, I'll let that slide. That's my own fault. I'll let it. Yes, they have metal.
Choose a manufactured metal object, such as a metal weapon or a suit of heavy or medium metal armor that you can see within range. You cause the object to glow red hot. Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast.
You're gonna do heat metal.
Yeah.
And I'm going to expect it to do a whole lot of nothing.
Senku, make me an Arcana check.
Oh, fun.
And this will eat up your move.
27.
Join me in the DM chat.
How's it going, guys?
Alright, I'm just debating on if I want to, because I'm building a battleship, I'm debating on if I want to slap more turrets onto it or missiles.
Hmm.
It would take me a whole 5 seconds once I get more space built to slap more guns onto it, because I already have the guns built. But it would take longer and probably be more powerful to put missiles on it.
Okay, new plan then. They might be immune to magic, and I may not be able to move, but I sure as hell can snare them. So you know what? Is there enough area in the way to make a web?
Yes.
The web fills a 20-foot cube from that point for the duration. Webs are difficult terrain and lightly obscure their area. If the webs aren't anchored between two solid masses, such as walls or trees, or layered across a floor, wall, or ceiling, the conjured web collapses in on itself. But I'm basically going to snare these two fuckers.
Well, I mean, there's enough. There, you'd have to do it across the ground, but you can absolutely do that.
So I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Boom. They have to make a dexterity saving throw, and on a failed save, the creature is restrained as long as it remains in the webs or until it breaks free.
What is your save DC?
17.
Remember, are you sure about that? Because your intelligence went up, and your save DCs are based off that.
Oh, so that would make it 18 then.
Okay, and that same goes for you, Nyax, or with your wisdom.
Same goes for me as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go up.
Spell save DC's going up by 1. It's like, was like Spell
So-
save DC is like 10 plus your charisma plus
8 plus proficiency bonus plus, in your case,
Right.
charisma.
18 is my save DC. Anybody who put their book into their spellcasting modifier, your save DC will be 18.
Well, mine's wisdom, not charisma.
Yep. No, but you put your book into wisdom, so yours should also be 18.
Yeah.
It's a plus 6.
So, one of them makes it, one does not.
Yes! That's all I need.
All right. So Nestor is actually going to...
I may not be able to do damage, but I sure as hell can gum up the works.
Nestor looks and is like, I can't do anything. He just sort of shrugs and holds his turn. Pippin, you're up next.
All right. Is the thing still right in front of me?
It is.
All right. I want to wail at it with my sword.
Well, when I say it's right in front of you, it is 10
know one-
away and 5 feet, and to get into melee range, you'd have to risk taking like 5d8 acid damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Uh huh.
Mhm.
Oh, I wish you'd dispel it once you realized it wasn't doing damage.
I mean, I could.
Technically, it can at any time.
Yep.
Do you want to dispel that for me, bud?
Does that take anything?
No.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I could just dispel it.
Yes.
Okay. I'll throw you guys a bone and say that Nestor did that on his turn.
Sick.
So,
I want to whap with the sword.
all right.
Yep.
You are going to have to make a dexterity save, because as you to get within range, you're going to enter the area of the web that Senku put down.
How far does this web reach?
I believe it's a 20-foot radius.
It's a 20-foot cube, and it has a range of 60 feet, and it fills a 20-foot cube. And I'm gonna basically do the whole managing to get it to a good zone without.
Yeah.
So you're basically at the edge of you're basically at the edge of this web right now. As soon as you move 5 feet forward, it's difficult terrain, and you have to make a dexterity save or become entangled.
And what happens if I become entangled?
Your move speed is 0.
Okay.
And
Well,
I believe, like, I believe attacks against you are done at advantage, and attacks you make are at disadvantage. It's bad.
And did the stone golems get entangled?
One of them did.
How far is that one from me?
That is the one that is entangled.
Okay. How far is the one that is not entangled?
20 feet. It's at the edge of
Okay, well I got a nat 20 for going through the web.
Okay.
And how bad does the difficult terrain slow my move speed?
It halves your speed.
Yeah, that's half.
Okay.
Ironically, actually, it's also difficult terrain from the erupting earth, which they are affected by. So you're moving at a quarter speed.
Yeah.
Well, not if I'm flying.
If you're flying, you don't even have to worry about the difficult terrain. Which, okay, I apologize. You are flying.
I can just fly at will. So
And that
Which
means
is
he
so
doesn't have
good.
to worry about the. Oh wait, he probably still does.
the entangled probably, but Pippin like steps in it. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get tangled up, so I'm just gonna float."
Yep. So
Float.
you have to make a dexterity save. I forgot you were flying.
I want to save this 20. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go up to the guy and the one that is not tangled up. I'm gonna hit that one.
That will provoke an opportunity attack.
Just
Wait, if I'm going into his range, it will.
Because you're going out of the range of the one you're in front of.
I thought I wasn't in range of him yet.
He is in range of you. There's two of these guys. There's the one that's in range.
go after the one that's entangled. You can basically get a free hit on him.
I can't because I'm at disadvantage, so it'll just become a standard attack, which is actually weaker for me than if I hit with disadvantage. Disadvantage becomes super advantage for me.
That's fun.
Take an opportunity attack or hit that guy. I guess I'll take an opportunity attack.
Okay, this opportunity attack will connect, and it will do
Hold on.
damage.
Sure, things are. Make dexterity saving throw. What happens if a creature is restrained?
Its move speed is 0. It attacks at disadvantage, which it's still hit, and attacks made against it are at advantage.
Well, hold up. I gotta check something because I always forget how this works.
Sorry, I couldn't save you from the opportunity attack.
All good. How much damage do I take?
11.
Okay. That's fine. And then I will attack the next guy. I want that 20 to I want that 20 I rolled. Ugh. All right.
One does not always get what one wants.
I know.
Nope.
And let's see. Okay, so I'm hitting twice. What does my sword? 2d6 plus 12. Hold up. I get +6 from my charisma, and then I get +2 because it's a +2 weapon. It's +8. Why is my damage a +12? Gotta figure that out.
Life Drinker, your damage should be +14.
Oh dang. Okay.
+2 weapon, +6 from Life Drinker, +6 from Hex Warrior.
Okay. And then my attack is a d20 +6 from charisma, +4 from proficiency, so +10, then +2 from the weapon, which is 12.
Yep.
And this is a disadvantage. Then one of those is with lucky. Where's my... There it is. Okay. Thank you, Lucky. That'll be a... So what did we say the plus was? It was +6, +4, +2, so that's 12. So I got a 31 to hit for the first
Hey,
attack.
you hit.
That's the first attack. Second attack. Okay. Also, yeah. So that next one is an 18, so that's a 30.
Second one will also connect.
Awesome. And
Then he does
then,
plus 14 damage.
and then with my bonus action, am I able to put my Hexblade on this guy?
I am going to say I'm going to say if you want, but
It won't do anything.
you won't start getting the effects until next turn. And you know what? Rule of cool, I'll let it go.
Okay.
In the future, though, designate your hex warrior first, or Hexblade's curse first.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, then it will just take an extra. Yeah, extra d6.
Hexblade's warrior just adds your proficiency bonus.
Hexblade's curse.
I'm sorry, Hexblade's curse adds your proficiency bonus.
You gain a bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target. Any attack roll you make against the target is a crit hit on a 19 or 20.
Right.
If the cursed target dies, you regain hit points equal to your warlock level plus charisma modifier.
Say it takes an extra d6.
Because I gain bonus damage.
Yeah, but it's not an extra.
Oh wait, I'm an idiot.
I was like, what?
And so that 19. So I do actually get a crit for that first attack.
Woof.
That is so 4d6 plus 14. Wait.
Yeah.
What in the world am I hearing?
What does SL mean? Hold up. I'm so confused.
I don't know what's on your dumb character sheet.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna hit and then expend a spell slot to do 2d8 slashing per spell level. So that'll be
So that's gonna be, because you double these on a crit too, that's 20 d8.
that's 20 d8 plus 4d6. I'm assuming this thing is going to die.
Yes.
So I guess I'll roll my 20 d8 real quick.
I'll be entirely honest, you don't have to.
Oh?
Even if you rolled all ones, it dies. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You do have to roll, because even if you rolled all ones, it would still survive.
Okay. Well, with my 4d6 for my sword, I deal 17.
Okay.
And then my 20 d8s deal 88 damage.
Tornado, whatever you're listening to, we are hearing.
Sorry.
Plus, I'm sorry, how much? 24?
I'm dealing 95 damage.
Okay, that's what I need.
Ouch.
Gee.
And then, so actually 105 damage in total.
Did somebody call for a pain train?
Pain train's coming, baby! Ba-ba-ba-ba!
Okay.
Well, actually, if the first attack kills, can my second attack hit the other guy? Well, never mind. I already used my bonus action. I can't teleport again.
Not only that, if you teleported, you'd be sent right back to the circle.
All right.
Yeah, hit him, then you fly back over and kill the other guy.
Well, okay, so you like drive this sword into the you don't actually like drive the sword into this thing. You look like you're going to drive the sword, and then you do an aerobatic flip over, come down, and you cleave the tanks off this thing's back. Shing! And they just sort of fall and cave in, and there's like this the splash and splatter of there's this wave of blood, and the golem like twitches and convulses, and it just sort of falls face first in the snow. And to answer your question, you have a fly speed of, I believe, 60 or equal to your base speed or something.
Yeah, equal to my base speed.
You don't have the haste active, do you?
No.
Okay, then
Unless he put it on me and I didn't realize.
The only haste active will be mine, and that's only one person.
Yep. So no, you could not fly up to the other one for your second hit.
And if you could teleport, you'd end up in the wrong place.
I mean, how far can you throw a great sword?
Oh dear.
You can't. At that, it's the remaining golem's turn. The golem sort of like turns on its waist, looks at you, tries to move, and cannot.
Build a strength save?
Pippin's gonna tell everybody, whatever you do, let me finish that one too.
Why?
If I kill it, I keep my hex. My hex blade's curse. I can move from target to target as long as I am the one that finishes them.
There's no other target.
That is true. But
we're up to
doesn't say I have to see them.
Good try, but so at this point we're back to the top of the order. So Lifa is up.
Wait, hold on. Did the thing fail its strength save?
Yes.
Wow.
That is not something I had expected.
Well, this thing by default it may have a absurd 26 armor class. Has an immunity to magic, frightened, poisoned, charmed, exhausted, petrified, paralyzed, poisoned, psychic, and it takes half damage from weapons that aren't adamantine. But it has 0 save proficiencies, not super high hit points, and only a move speed of 20 feet.
So webbing this guy up was the right call.
It was an absolutely amazing move.
And I love how, because I killed that first one, I regain all of my hit points. I literally lost enough hit points that I could regain every one of them. All right, well, Lifa's going to take 2 shots with her longbow again.
Okay.
And is that advantage because he's tied up?
Yes.
Well, the first one is going to be a 22.
That will miss.
Sadly. Second one's a crit.
Okay, roll
Yes!
damage.
That is 2d8 plus 8.
So that would be 48 plus 8.
No, I've already added all that.
I'm the one who gets 48s.
So what I'm getting from this is the secret weapon to throw against you guys is golems.
Apparently.
Don't tell him
And
that.
that is 8 plus 17. Sorry, 8 plus 18. So 26 damage.
Gah!
Lifa's got some pretty insane hits.
I think she has a higher base than I do, but at the same time, I just start chucking several additional dice at everything I hit.
Yeah, she's got sharpshooter. She takes a -5 to her stats a lot.
Yeah, and I don't take that -5, so I think I might have a higher base to hit, but I also have more dice I just randomly throw in.
Yeah.
Nyxor, you're up next.
Okay. How far is he from me?
He is 50 feet. So you could dash up and be in range, but you wouldn't be able to get an attack off.
I think I'll just go up 30 feet.
All right. So you're 20 feet away. This thing's just sort of looking at you as you close in.
Sorry.
Is that all you're doing?
Yeah.
Perrin, you're up next.
Alright, we're gonna take 3 bow attacks at it, and those will be with advantage.
Yes, they will.
Alright, that will be a 28 to hit for the first one,
Yes.
and that'll be 15 damage.
Okay.
The second one is even higher to hit. I'm trying to figure that out. That's a 19 plus 13.
That's like 32.
That's a hit.
Alright, I need to change dice real quick. There we go. That'll be another 12. And then the last one is 27 to hit.
Also hit.
And that'll be 10.
All right. You knock and loose 3 arrows. Thong, thong, thong. And you're getting pretty good at where to aim to make these things stick. And they are embedding deep into the stone and steel around this thing. Everywhere they hit, there's like this spray of spray of blood that turns into a trickle when the pressure fades. And Senku, you're up.
Wait, what about Nestor?
Nestor is just sort of sitting there.
Okay.
Because he has nothing to do.
Nestor is just sort of standing there, and he's lit a pipe, and he's smoking a pipe.
Because he's all magical. So
At least one of y'all ain't shooting the thing.
I have Principal Forge, which is a fun thing.
Yes.
Nestor, why don't you use Raijin?
Because webs.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to contend with those webs too.
Just hold your hold your action. Pippin will finish it.
Sure, I can hold my action. Ready my weapon in case it breaks free.
All right.
Ready and attack.
It is Pippin's turn.
All right. Pippin's gonna fly over and bonk the thing on the head.
Okay.
This is at a normal attack because it is tied up. Hopefully I get that. First attack's a crit.
Yes!
Ouch.
First attack's a crit. Second attack is say +6, +4, +2, so 12. Next one is a 19, so that one does not hit. But the crit does. That's 4d6 plus 14.
Plus another 20d8.
That's if I use Yeah, let's just well.
Do it.
Tell you, if you don't do it, you're not going to kill this thing.
All right, let's
If you
do it.
You may not kill this thing.
Okay, this thing's got some health left, huh? Well, let's do it. So first, the 4d6. So that's 12 damage. Plus, so 12 plus. So the plus 14 I get to damage. Is that also doubled?
No.
Okay, so 26 damage base.
Okay.
And then
20d8.
Oh my gosh. Do I want to ensure this thing is dead?
That's up to you.
It's like I could spend another spell slot to ensure it's dead, but I don't think I want to do that. Okay, well, it's gonna take, what do we say, 26 and then another 83?
Okay.
And then
Believe it or not, it's still standing.
I was gonna say, before you tell me anything, I'm debating whether or not to use my Eldritch Smite. Well, that is up to you. If I'd be able to use it now that you've told me that ever not.
Well, that was me jumping the gun, so yeah, I will allow you to use it because that was my error, and I'm not going to hold my mistake against you.
Okay, then I am going to go ahead and use Eldritch Smite, which is Eldritch Smite. I can never remember.
The
Eldritch
D8 plus another
Smite.
D8 per spell level.
Indeed. So 68. So 12d8.
12d8.
Another 45.
Okay.
So you basically just ensured this thing is dead.
And that's also I forgot to add. So the damage I did is, no, never mind. I already added the damage. My bad.
Okay. So this is another one where you dash towards it in the air. You flip over it while you're flying. It sort of flails at you and you just expertly dive down, and your sword charges with energy as you bring it down and try to sever the tank. And the sword, you're starting, and the further you go, the more resistance, until finally you can't do it. Your blade wedges, and that's when you temporarily release your grip with your left hand, do a hand gesture, energy surges down your arm, and as you and into your hand, just as you re-grab it, a pulse of pale green energy surges through your blade, and the tank blows clear off, sails 10 feet away into the snow, starts seeping blood, and the golem just sort of stops, starts to turn to you ever so slightly, and then just collapses in a heap.
Yeah!
I've been just like, that's a lot of power through one hand.
This a good place to call it?
Yeah, actually, this is a great place to stop. But just before we do, as you guys are standing there, these giant, like an ancient dragon could walk through these doors with room to spare, and there's this that echoes and re-echoes off the mountainside, and there's this creaking as hinges that sound like they haven't been used in centuries come to life, and they open. And that is where we're going to call it for the night. But very briefly, before we go, Pat, if you can give me your Steam info.
So I think it is actually linked to my Discord.
Okay.
Why? What's going on?
Right click on his name and click profile, and it should show up at the bottom right.
What's going on, Sen?
I'm going to give him a game.
Oh.
Bring him in. Show him the cursed ways.
So,
Space engineers?
Yeah.
Are you giving him space engineers?
I will.
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna need to give it to him anyway for the big Stormbuster roleplay story I'm planning. So may as well give it to him now as opposed to later.
Ooh, big roleplay / story. What's this?
You'll find out
On
because you will be part of it.
Storm Chasers?
No, in Space Engineers.
Awesome.
Okay, Control C. No rush, but I did just send you a friend invite on Steam.
Well, I have Steam up, so.
Also, I love the fact that I managed to make it so I only used 5 charges and 2 spell slots. Or 1 spell slot.
I love the fact that there was, this became, initially I was planning, grim Halloween dark thing, then you guys turned it into D&D the comic session.
Well, we didn't turn
It
it
was
so much
so
into
fun.
D&D the comic session as it was D&D comedy with a side of epic.
It was more like D&D, but Pippin role plays as a duck.
Flack!
Dungeons and Ducks.
Ducks and dragons.
That's even better.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and ducklings.
Flack!
Oh, that was so fun.
That was hilarious.
When I first did the Aflac, you guys are all cracking
Oh, that was
up.
so fun. It was just perfect timing, my man.
It really was.
I'm just happy I got to finally. The only reason I ended up using up basically all my spell slots on those guys is one, I wanted to test my sword. I've been waiting 2 weeks to do that.
Yeah.
2 or 3 weeks to test out my sword.
Fun peek under the hood. Those things were Blood Golems of Hextor. They were challenge 14 each.
Dang.
Combined?
No, each.
No,
Combined.
what are they combined?
Total, it was like a challenge 16 fight.
Dang.
This is a list of immunities they have. Frightened, poisoned, charmed, exhausted. Or I'm sorry, condition immunities. Frightened, poisoned, charmed, exhausted, paralyzed, petrified. Damage immunities. Poison, psychic, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from weapons that aren't adamantine. I dropped that to resistance. Actually, I thought that was...
my.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been able to actually do anything to these guys.
That is ridiculous.
Good
So
grief.
even a silver weapon like the one I was using wouldn't have done a thing.
Right. I dropped it to resistance. That's why they survived the 20d8 crits you did, because they were only taking half.
But they may have
Goodness.
had a whole bunch of status immunities, but restrained wasn't one of them.
That's true. Oh, and they were immune to magic completely. Magic
Man.
has no effect on the blood golem of Hextor.
I'm so glad I didn't use something I've been saving. It would have literally just been like, you really? You wasted your diamond on that?
Yeah, I like the fact that the opening volley I did was Tornado Blast because I only wanted to deal with one of these fuckers.
Yeah.
Oh, the other, I mean, their quote unquote weaknesses: speed 20 feet, cannot dash, and no proficiency in any saves.
Okay.
They don't do a tremendous amount of damage. They have a tremendous attack bonus at plus 13. But they quote unquote only do 1d10 plus 6 bludgeoning.
That's not a lot.
No, it's not.
Compared to, that one guy that got like 120 damage on me.
I mean, they do attack twice, but still.
Still, it's only like what at on average, what are they going to do? Maybe 20 damage a turn with if both attacks hit.
Indeed.
No, I'm just glad I got to use my curse bringer for once.
Indeed. You'll have plenty of more opportunities to use it in here.
Oh yeah, I've just been giddy.
And as for me, I like the fact that I was able to sort of equalize the playing field.
Yeah, like
Dude.
you may have taken Nestor out of the fight, but that was an absolutely clutch move. You essentially, once you did that, there was nothing these things could do. On top of the fact that, so they could move. Here's the thing: once the erupting earth went off, they didn't take damage from it, but they were at half movement, so their speed was dropped to 10. Then you did that, so the one who wasn't restrained could only move 5 feet.
Yeah, and then Pippin could just fly over it all.
Yeah.
That's a really good combination, though. You entangle them, and Pippin can just fly back and forth between different enemies.
Yeah, my whole thing was if I can't damage them with magic, I'll just stick them in place and let everyone else wail on them.
Yeah, that was
that
was a. I mean, it rendered Nestor null and void, but that was a clutch. That was an absolutely clutch move.
Yeah.
Compounded and made better by the fact that Nyxor made them difficult terrain on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also, I forgot that my boots come with the mobile feat, so difficult terrain doesn't cost me extra movement when I use a dash action.
I would have ruled that in this case it would have, because it wasn't just difficult, it was effectively double difficult.
Oh,
Yeah.
and each creature that starts its turn in the web, so even if they were to unrestrain themselves, or even if they were to manage to unrestrain themselves, they could only move 5 feet and then they'd be restrained again if they failed their dexterity.
Yeah.
Which they had a -1 to rolls on, so they weren't passing that.
Yeah.
I basically got them stuck.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, oof. Oof.
I think he unplugged his mic.
He got a little too excited.
Sorry. With Nyxor's erupting earth and Senku's webs, they were basically trapped in a hate loop.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I call it a hate loop because everyone gets an opportunity to wail on them. And I'm sorry that I took Nestor out of the fight. That wasn't my intention.
Hey, it's just the way the ball bounces. Nestor's built around using magic for damage, because very few things are immune to force. Golems just happen to be one of them.
They might be immune to force, but they certainly aren't immune to restrained. And once they get restrained, they ain't nothing they can do.
Indeed. I mean, I could, if if I really wanted to, I could have had Nestor cast Fly, but why waste the spell slot? When
Indeed.
there was, even if it wasn't a case, like, even if we didn't have Pippin unloading those obscene damage numbers, it would have been a matter of you would have worn them down. And even if they broke out of that, you could have outrun them. You could have just kited them away and peppered them with arrows until they died.
Yeah. There wasn't much that they could do in that case.
Yeah, and once the webs came out to play, that was it.
Indeed. That was fun.
I'm glad you guys had fun. Well, this is a good spot to end it. We've unwound. Pat, did you accept the friend request?
Pat,
Yes.
Did you accept? Oh, I
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
Oh, okay.
it was awesome. It was supposed to be grimdark, and then Senku says, "Wait, I have Spare the Dying."
Indeed.
And then your plan for grimdark Halloween campaign was like gone.
Yeah, then it just turned into a comedy, which I didn't mind. You know, sometimes.
I didn't mean to derail the session like that.
No, this was not a derail at all. This was the player characters making their own story, you know?
Absolutely.
I
Not
loved
for
it.
the first time. I am glad I have that cantrip.
It's so good. I'm excited to use some of my new abilities because I now have a sorcerer weapon or a sorcerer spell in my arsenal.
Anyway, I'm heading off so I can play some Sims before I go to bed.
Sleep well,
man. Have a
See
good
ya.
one.
Good night, buddy.
And absolutely, once again, top marks on the game.
Always.
Indeed.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
But yeah, now that I have that I have a sorcerer cantrip and a sorcerer spell. But but the catch is that there's downsides to me casting them because of the type of feat that it is. So yeah. But either way, he gets a chromatic orb.
I'm familiar with that spell. I have it.
Yeah, and it's casted at, I have to use one of my spell slots to cast it, so it gets casted at 5th level.
The high rollers that I watched, I know about that spell.
Indeed, I was gonna use it for this fight, but after I saw the resistances and how they just weren't doing anything, I'm like, I don't even want to risk using it because I can only use it once per day.
Well, here's the thing: you can use it once per day as a 1st level spell slot, but if you have other spell slots, you can cast it with those.
Are you sure? Because it didn't seem like that's how it was worded.
It sounds very similar to the
because the aberrant mark. You learn a cantrip of your choice from the sorcerer spell list. In addition, choose a 1st level spell from the sorcerer spell list. You learn that spell and can cast it through your mark. Once you cast it, you must finish a short or long rest before you can cast it again through the mark. It seems like it's affected by I have to use a spell slot to cast it, but hey, if you say it's different.
Well, give me a moment. By the way, Pat, if you're still on, I already sent you the
Yep.
Sent you the thing.
Yes, I do have it.
Awesome. So
to me,
I will look into let me see.
Because I was confused about it, and I did a little bit of research, and some people said that basically it's adding it to your spell list and treating it as if it's whatever class you have. So it would be considered a warlock spell for me. but I can only cast it once. But I mean, if I can cast that multiple times, I mean, it's a good spell, but I'd be fine if it was just a once a day thing for that, because I do get a new cantrip as well.
Hmm.
I guess it is your decision in the end, so.
I will have to look that over.
Okay. But the flaw that I got is your looks change slightly whenever you use the mark.
Ooh, interesting.
So I kind of want to add a secondary onto that, but I don't really see. I'm gonna, I can't find where in the story this would even make sense for popping up.
Well, we can discuss that. We can discuss that at any point.
Sounds good.
First level spell.
Because I've never seen this. I think this is a new edition.
I think
it is from Eberron, so.
Sent a friend request, Pat.
Yep, I see that.
As did I.
Okay, so it looks like you actually are right.
Okay.
Because I just looked up the Magic Initiate, which gives you 2 cantrips and a first level spell. And if you have other spell slots, it says only if one of your classes matches the feat. For example, if you're a cleric and used you can use a spell slot to cast the first level spell learned from the Magic Initiate cleric feat. If you're not a cleric, then you can't.
Yeah. So yeah, I can cast it once using one of my spell slots, but that's it. And it's cast through the thing itself. So it's like it uses my magic power to power it, but I can only cast it once using the mark, and that's it.
Yeah. But I believe it said it recharges on a short rest, so.
It does. It basically acts like it's it's not an extra spell slot, but it's a very powerful spell. That's 8d8 of any element that I choose from that list.
Chromatic Orb is 3d8.
Well, no, you get because it uses one of my spell slots, it gets up to 5.
Okay.
It's 3d8 plus 1, or plus 1 for every level above first level.
Well, no, because you said the Aberrant Dragon Mark, you cast it as a first level spell.
No, that's not what I found. Let me look it up again.
Because that's what I thought that's what we were just covering. Unless I got my my info backwards.
When I looked it up, people were talking about that. Hold on. Let me